Okay, I think we're live. Not only do I think we're live, I believe all of the audio should be working expressly as intended. So sorry about that, my senators and inductees. Yes, Crunchyroll, I know about the drops. Dismiss that, please. And the last thing I need to do is put on the live stream ninja, because I'm not getting YouTube chat. Okay. For anyone who may be around on YouTube, if you would just please type something in again, that would be much appreciated. That will help verify a few things. Ugh, computer just had a gigantic meltdown. No blue screen of death or anything, but I ultimately ended up having to restart the computer to get the internet to come back. This was after double and triple checking the cable modem to make sure internet and everything. Rest of the computers were getting it. Just the streaming computer, you know, the one I used to make content with. Yeah, that one didn't work for whatever reason. At least I have a decent cup of coffee to keep me company. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, for anyone who's just tuning in, welcome on in. Welcome on in to the emergency episode 3B. We're working toward clearing out all of the Korok seeds in the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're approaching 850. We're getting pretty close. Think we might be like 3 off from that, but with any luck, we'll be able to get the remaining Korok seeds we need and not have extra nonsense to worry about. It's like it has to be exact or whatever. Or it's not like up here, right? Like if we turn around and look, it's definitely... Yeah, you just need to shove it in the hole somehow. I hate these. I do not like shoving these in the hole. Hey there, Michael DS. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your well in health and spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. You missed the stream crash earlier, which honestly, you weren't missing anything with the stream crash. I had to restart the computer and everything. It took me like 15-20 minutes. And finally I just had to restart the computer, and then like magic, the internet came back. The rest of the computers in the house, perfectly fine. For whatever reason, though, it just, my streaming computer wasn't taking the internet. Okay, you need to, like... I guess I just gotta try shoving it in the hole, until... Gotta, like, back away. Oh, it's kind of like fixing itself. You're here practicing playing your accordion? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, how is the accordion practice going, by the way? You feel like you're making progress on it, or you're enjoying the accordion practice? Learning about the basic scale? Ah, yes. Everyone's first music lesson. The music scale. A lot of people don't know this about me, but when I was in middle school, I was in chorus. I was in a middle school chorus, and I took general music. Like, in other words, a general music class. We referred to it as a gentle music of course, we learned about, chromatic scales and so on. Now, I did not go on to do this in high school. This was strictly a middle school thing, but, I did enjoy what I learned of it. Thank God that's finally over. Alright, do not... I don't like when you shove the metallic brick into a hole and the angle has to be super precise. I hate that. I get that it looks good when it's snug as a bug in a rug, but I can only take so much of that. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, I know where we are on the map. If you guys want to follow along with the collection of all the Koroks, feel free to type in either !BOTWMAP, or if you're on YouTube, type *BOTWMAP, and you'll be able to get the interactive map. Of course, it is not required, but if you want the information, that's where it'll be, is on that map. You're enjoying it? Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. You can already do the C major scale on piano and on bass. Awesome. So you think you're improving? Yeah. Now, I have nary a musical bone in my body. My family is like... everyone in the rural South thinks they got a musical bone. You know, picking and grinning with the banjo or the guitar or whatever, and... it's like kind of a local rite of passage. If you can strum or serenade... If you can strum with the boys or serenade with the girls, you're gonna be a good conversation starter here in the rural South of the United States. My sibling knows their music. That singing voice has long since expired, but they know their music. My dad knows his music. He's no country artist, but he can certainly play some of the songs or whatever. And the rest of the immediate family, not so much. It's strictly my dad's side that all kind of has this picking and grinning thing going on. You thought you would struggle more to understand the scale on the bass? One of the things you learn about music is that you either have the musical bone / talent, you kind of have the innate talent, or you learn that you have to study music really hard if you want to make something out of it. You either don't require the musical theory and the musical theory is confusing, or the musical theory is absolutely necessary for you to get the feel of music. The first time you thought you saw, okay, here we have a lot of buttons. Yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of things you just kind of have to develop the muscle memory for, right? I would love to keep up with your musical journey and everything. Thank you for sharing. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you. I believe I gave your YouTube comment a post back. Yes, the last stream crashed. I was just explaining that to Michael DS. They were it took me 15-20 minutes to isolate that it was my specific streaming computer. I had to go through a whole rigmarole. I had to unplug plugs. I had to restart the modem, and then I had to restart the computer. Yeah, restarting the modem didn't even get it back to the streaming computer. I had to actually legitimately restart the stream. And while I do not understand why I had to do that, I did that. So we're back. I hate that there are a couple spots in the Let's Play that are marred with that. I hate it, but... So it was the stream itself, like, not YouTube crashing? Yeah, it wasn't YouTube. It was either it was either my computer's communication with the internet was stymied. Throttling is one way it could happen. Maybe there's internal damage to the like internal Wi-Fi card, or like my internet for the streaming computer comes in through Ethernet cable. Like, I'm smart, you can't really stream off Wi-Fi connection. That's not sustainable. However, there are quite a few points along the Ethernet adapter chain where the cables are loose. So maybe there was damage in one of those components. You never really know. Unless you're an expert with this stuff. It's always a guess and check. And I hate that about streaming. Give me just 1 second, guys. You got some things while stream crashed, or did you manage to go back in saves? Well, I looked at it. I looked at the video while I was waiting for things to reset, and I'm pretty sure that it was only that moment, right before I put the cube into the diamond, that stopped, because there's 46 minutes of footage. So I don't think I need to go back and save anywhere. No, also, the stream crashed with the worst Korok in the game. I'll read that comment in just a second, Michael DS. Where is it? Oh, hold on.
It's just asinine.
So, for those that aren't in the know, there's something called the Sonichu medallion. Sonichu is this like meme character that's a combination of Sonic and Pikachu. It's this crazy thing that nobody talks about, or there's like a fashioned medallion or necklace for it. And supposedly if you wear the Sonichu medallion, you're cursed. It doesn't have, the curse isn't immediate, but supposedly something bad happens to you if you wear it. So I find it funny that the most obnoxious Korok in the game, this isn't like a Sonichu moment or anything, but I do find it funny that the worst Korok in the game, to use the hip word that everyone likes using these days, the Korok manifested a crash in my systems and made me restart the game. I find that hilarious. Of course, that's not what happened. PC said, no, absolutely not showing this. Yes, definitely a what moment? Exactly. A what moment? Like, no, definitely not. Have a nice day. Sorry, I thought it would explain why I was laughing. That's why I was laughing. The whole manifest thing. I don't believe in that particular word. A lot of my like real life friend circles use that word to manifest something into being, to wish it into being. I try my best not to judge. I'm a former STEM major. So in the back of my mind, when I hear someone say, yes, we manifested something, what they really mean is they wished really hard for it to happen, and then it did. And then it validates the manifestation. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's meant to be a feel-good sentence, you know? Like, I thought about something and it happened. Awesome. Can I move things with my mind yet? Nope. Okay, back to well-wishing and manifesting. It's just whenever I hear this word, I want to get on my soapbox, but then I remembered that, oh, my friend group does this, and my friends are the ones that are around when I usually hear it. So I'm like, okay, maybe I don't disparage the manifesting today. Believe in whatever works for you guys. And this is for anyone listening. Believe whatever you want. I'm only saying how I see it. And how I see it is that's just people not wanting to acknowledge the lovely mathematical concept called probability, that something random happened and coincided with what you wanted to think about or what you wished would happen. It's no different than a fortune teller giving really vague advice and then events line up with that really vague advice. The only difference is people believe in the manifesting. People see the fortune teller do this and they think, that's a snake oil salesman. Definitely not. That's definitely fake. There are tons of psychological studies that show that stuff like that doesn't really happen. But it is nice to think about. Michael DS on Twitch says, I will have classes with a teacher, but you're trying to learn the basics alone until the class. That's smart. That's smart, like getting your practice in now. That's good. Just make sure you come in with questions. Like, oh, I did this thing in practice. Is this correct, or should I have not done that? I kind of liken that to exercising incorrectly. When it comes to like physical exercise, not exercising at all is sometimes better than exercising incorrectly. Because if you exercise incorrectly, you're going to pull something, right? If you practice incorrectly, you'll learn something that will take you a long, long time to like unlearn. Is like the mental equivalent of that. So I applaud you for practicing. Please continue to do that. Just bear in mind, sometimes practicing without knowing, or practicing the basics and then not receiving it, not going a while without receiving instruction, and then the instruction runs contrary to what you were practicing, that could create some dissonance. That could create a really difficult situation for you in the future where you might have to unlearn something. And unlearning is hard. You saw some videos to learn the right way to do that? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not trying to disparage what you're doing at all. Do what works for you. Yeah, unlearning is very difficult. That's all I'm trying to say. Here's to hoping that the video lines up with what the instructor has to say, or the instructor sees the video and it's like, oh yeah, we totally do this in industry. It's nice when that stuff lines up. Just want to be prepared for if it doesn't. Here's to many fine hours of music practice for you, good sir. May they be fruitful, and may you be free of cognitive dissonance. May you be free of the second guessing that you'll have to do, that you might do, excuse me, in that situation we discussed earlier. All right, let's get to collecting a Korok seed. We've lost about half an hour's worth of time. Now, I will probably have to extend the stream in order to make that progress up, because if I can at all help it, I would love to get all 900 Koroks done and dusted today. I really would. But I'm not gonna like force it too much. It's not like the Divine Beast, Vonaboris. I'm not gonna force this like I forced that. That ended up being a slightly regrettable stream, where if I had realized how much was going to go into the Gerudo questline, I would have stopped. I would have stopped right before the seal surfing or right after the seal surfing, and that would have been good enough. Okay. Trying to, like, avoid a bunch of these silly MFers. And with any luck, now is this one inside the... Doesn't look like it's on the outside. Yeah, it's not. It's on the inside. And I heard the trumpet blare earlier. I'm sorry. Under what circumstances did you see me? Did you hear me? There isn't a Korok inside of those a lot of times. Yeah, I use the map to confirm this one, but you're right. Usually these skulls are enemy chests or what have you. This one, however... Now, where is... There's no way this Lizalfos heard me. I guess if I'm not wearing the full Sheikah set, I actually probably could be heard from the spot I'm thinking of. Now, where is this? It might be on top of the rock or around it somewhere. Ah, it's right there. But, yeah, normally inside these skull rocks are enemy chests, and sometimes it's literally just foodstuffs. I don't know why the magnesis suddenly let go there, but... Okay, that's not it. It's gotta be like this one right here. Okay. Or... it's that one. This one, yes. A lot of the times, though, you were right. No, they're usually not. Usually. Ah, yes, I had forgotten about some of the Korok seeds in this area. Yeah, I suppose they're... Yeah, maybe the math is lining up, and I should just be confident in my calculations today. Now, the next one is, like, up here, I think? Oh, you started doing Terrytown? How's that going for you? Some of the sun, quote-unquote, dash sun NPCs are very difficult to track down and even more difficult to do the quest for. I know my sibling and I have talked about that between ourselves on a handful of occasions, and some of them were just wild. Absolutely wild. While I'm thinking about it, Michael DS brought up a fairly interesting subject. Have you guys, like, had music lessons before? I know I talked about the like, chorus, like I was in middle school chorus. I was also in elementary school chorus as well. I did sing when I was a young child. I just, after middle school, it was, like, not really my thing, you know? In school, for you, it was a choice. It was a choice for me, too. You know, at the time, when I was in elementary school chorus, I would have been, like, 10. 10 sounds about correct. You know, I was an impressionable young lad. I wanted to be like my dad. He had a guitar. He knew how to sing. My mom was always, like, happy whenever I sang. Like, she would cheer me on. She would attend my, like, concerts for, like, the school band when I was in elementary and middle school. I remember being out on a set of bleachers in elementary school. No, it was middle school. It was specifically 5th grade, because Maryland, like the state of Maryland, broke up their grades very differently. I sang in a chorus then. We happened to. It was for like a December concert, if I recall correctly. Oh, longest night of my life, but it was fun. It was fun. Of course, as soon as, the next grade rolled around, all the classes, all of the chorus programs wanted their kids to dance, not just sing. And so I couldn't make the chuff. I failed at the chicken dance, and that was the end of that. That's when I took a gentle music course, and that was the end of that. Right, I already read that. Bear Type says, well, you just gave them money and wood, but you just bought everything you could for Link's house? Awesome. Yeah, you kind of have to buy everything out to set up the other parts of the Bolsa Construction Company for later. We actually had a class for it, or 1 year. For 1 year, grade 4. Yep. But the teacher quit after this year. It was bad. I don't blame him. For 1 year in 4th grade. No. It's not weird. Sometimes schools try to, implement a new program and it doesn't work out great. That's just life. Sometimes that's how it goes. When I was in high school, I thought about continuing on or picking back up where I left off. But by the time that I thought about it, I learned enough about my teacher, or what would have been the instructor for that, as a post-school activity. And the word on the street was that she was a super snoot about everything. Class diva, needed to be her way or not at all. And she was rumored to be very judgmental. Did not want to deal with that, and I was smart not to. My sibling tried to get in on that when I was a senior in high school. They also did not. Okay, I'm clearly missing something. The question is what? I think it's just the top block. These are literally inversions of each other. Yep. I'm glad I avoided that. And to be honest, I'm happy that music is not really the sphere of life that I enjoy. I think that it's nice being different from your peers, and it's nice to do something that perhaps your family doesn't really exactly share in. Because if I had completed, the courses, if I had done that my life, I would have had a setup for my life. I would have probably gone on to practice something in music, and I would have been a happy individual. Maybe even with enough practice, I could have made attempts at the voice or whatever. But I didn't want that life. It's a very demanding life, and you don't get paid very much for music. That's not where the money is. Let me make sure I'm not missing chat here. You feel pretty bad for her now because your friend from another school from the time said the class loved her. For us, it's just one kid broke her. Oh no. Yeah, that sounds awful. Yikes. Yeah, I've been hearing an uptick of stories like that in like the past 6 years in the U.S. education system where stuff is fine and then there's some really obnoxious kid, and that makes some teachers really recalibrate their entire life choice. And all it takes is one bad child, just one not properly raised kid, and you can go from loving kids to hating them. And that's so sad. Oh, by the way, Cookie Clicker's coming for consoles. You mean it's free on Google? Yeah, I could access it through Steam if I wanted to. Cookie Clicker is like one of the OG like idle games. It's fine. Not really quite my cup of tea. I get in a mood where I'll want an idle game for a little bit, and then as soon as a microtransaction gets shoved in my face or I'm reminded that there is one, nope. Drop it like a hot poker or like a hot metal pail that's been sitting in the sun all day. Just nope. Don't want anything to do with that. Do people say broke someone? That's a tad drastic, but it's a turn of phrase. It's a turn of phrase here too. When people say this person broke me, it can mean a lot of things. Sometimes it means this person completely warped my way of thinking and I don't think that way, the way I originally thought anymore. Again, the example would be, you know, I had this like one really bad case of something happening, and now I'm traumatized. What's the more correct thing to say about what you said? You would say that person became traumatized. That this person had a really bad experience from dealing with a particular child, and we would say that child has effectively traumatized that person and that experience. That's what we would say. That's like the more psychologically accurate way to say it. Without, because breaking someone usually kind of implies something bad, like something really bad. Whereas traumatized is not necessarily, it's kind of like a desensitized version of the same thing. It's less charged. That's probably a way to put it. It's less charged. And it's also a bit more pinpoint. Whereas if I said someone broke me, that can mean about 10 different things depending on the extra context. The power of language. Okay, next one is like... Oh, I suppose also it's probably worth coming up here real quick, because I'm pretty sure there's a talus up there. Hold on, let me get down and not do that. Let me put on the climbing gear so that we don't burn through supplies. They're already getting a bit low. I've yet to cook. How fun is Korok hunting? You've done it a lot so far? That's nice. I've talked about this many a time on the stream. I like the idea of the Korok seed. I like the puzzle aspect of it. I dislike how much of it you haven't done it a lot. No problem. Thank you for correcting or clarifying for me. How do I word this? The idea is great, but it's not executed well. It's not implemented well. There are too many Koroks that are attached to seemingly random, arbitrary puzzles, like picking up a random rock somewhere. There's too much of that. If they were a bit more visible, like say, I don't know, the East Gerudo ruins. Like, there, you know, when you see something on the map like this, there's gonna be a puzzle, and at the end of the puzzle, you either have something else you gotta do or you get a reward, right? If the Korok seeds were a bit more like that, and they were a bit more obvious than find random rock, pull it up for a prize, and the prize is progress toward a weapon slot or whatever. Yeah, not great. Rocks on the mountain peak is fine, but on a random spot is absurd. Exactly. I think you're getting what I'm putting down. And 900 of them. Come on, Nintendo, not 900 of them, and not 1,000 of them either. What 300 of them on a map this size? 300 thoughtfully placed Korok puzzles is fine. One of the better ones would be like rock patterns. This one, like right here, it's like a pinwheel of rocks, and it's like find a rock and put it in where the complete the pattern, right? Stuff like this that's visible on the map is fine. If there were 300 of those, I'd say it's a bit lackluster, because surely, you know, the puzzle could have been varied up a bit more than 300 place the rock in an empty spot puzzles, but yeah, 300 of those would be acceptable. 900 similar puzzles, or like equally obscure puzzles, is too much. They are cool because where the rock is missing is the direction where the rock will be. A lot of the times, yes, I would agree with that. And that's a good way of finding the rocks. Let me go ahead and put a skull here. We're running out of pins again, unfortunately. All right, Mr. Talus. Unless it's in the dead middle, and then you don't know where it is. Where's the fiver? I know it's around here somewhere. There we go. That didn't take too long. We will have to refresh arrows, but if we get low enough on arrows, Chops will actually sell them, so there's a good reason to deplete them, mostly, so that the shop inventory does refresh itself. Yeah, because there are so many of them, and the reward that you generally get for completing the Koroks is a piece of poop. It's literally a dummy item. That's what you're given as a reward, everybody. Because you're given a dummy item at the end, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. The hassle you go through to find random things to do and then get nothing in return, it detracts from the full completion experience. You don't have to do this to play the game. I want people to be like crystal clear on this. It is not necessary to do even one of these to beat the game and enjoy it, or even get the good ending. Not necessary. But if you're someone who's trying to go for completion, like that's a channel gimmick or whatever, bad experience, and the devs did not learn from this in Tears of the Kingdom. That's the sad part. Didn't learn a damn thing. Now, what I'm curious of, because I know the Let's Play is there. I've never actually watched it. There's a YouTuber, I believe I've told you guys, like you collectively as an audience, about this man quite a few times. His name is Alexandri. He's a United Kingdom, specifically an English streamer, / entertainer / content creator. He's another man whose storied career I venerate quite highly.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
That man's storied career has produced many Let's Plays, and he goes for 100% in pretty much all of them. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I wonder what his thoughts on the 900 Korok seeds are. Because I know sometimes the full completion experience can definitely frazzle people. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to have such a long-winded thing be a task you gotta do in a game, and then you just get nothing for it. Did I get that one? And we want to go up here next. Yeah, I'd honestly kind of forgotten all about this little pocket on the mountains there. You're back, Michael DS. Welcome back. How's the accordion practice going? Good to see you again. Hopefully the accordion practice is going very good. Me and Bear Type here were on YouTube. We're just talking about the full completion experience for Breath of the Wild, a rather common subject on the channel as of late, and the fact that I'm thinking there are other people who have completed Breath of the Wild, and I wonder what their thoughts on the 900 Koroks are. I know I can go search up a litany of opinions on a Reddit, and I have done that. I'm just also curious what the opinion looks like in a live format. That's all. Okay. So we're here at the Lome Labyrinth. We might as well do it, and that's gonna be... Our target is, like, over here, but I'm curious as to how... I'm curious how we're gonna have to deal with the maze. Oh, hello. I can see that there are enemies on this one. The game has learned. Let's not aggravate those if we can at all help it. It's going well? Good, Michael DS. I'm glad to hear it. You hope you're not doing the scale on the bass in the wrong way? Well, that is what... Well, I suppose you'll know whether or not that's truly the case when the instruction begins, right? All you can do is operate on your uncertainty and go from there, right? Okay, so I can see that our shrine is, like, down there. No! Link, get up there. To you who sets foot here, my blessing awaits you at the labyrinth's end. You mean the right fingers to use? Ah! So, since you're talking about bass, we're talking like a bass guitar, right? I'm not very good with instruments. I'm pretty sure that's a bass guitar, right? The scale is right, but the digitation... Not sure about digitation. That feels like a guitar term to me. No, the accordion bass. Okay, we're still talking accordions. All right. I didn't know the accordion had a bass version. Good to know. Yeah, that... how many buttons does your accordion have, if and you don't mind my asking? I'm sorry for such a pinpoint specific question, but and if you don't know offhand, that's fine, but it's like an orchestra instrument. I hear ya. So sorry about that, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I had to go clear something up real quick. My apologies for not segging into a break properly. It's what happens when your routine is disrupted. Let's say it like that. 48 buttons on an accordion. Wild. I think they're like half that number. Or maybe like 2/3 of that number on like a... What am I trying to describe? Like on keyboard? My dad has a, like a keyboard somewhere in storage, I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly. He's got a keyboard lying around. I think it's got something like 36 keys on it. I couldn't begin to try to memorize which button sounds like what again. My dad could do it no problem, but that's because it's the same keyboard he's had for a long, long time. Music's just his shtick. Mine is gaming. Like, mine is gaming, and it's something that pretty much other than my sibling, it's not something that the rest of the family, like, immediately participates in. We're kind of oddballs in that regard. Let's try to figure out where we're supposed to go precisely. Pretty sure one of these holes is the correct place. Like, the correct place to kind of, like, drop down. Let's find out. Yeah, it's like also it's like a common feature of these mazes to have like the malice goop in it. Not a lot you could do except just kind of map your way through the goop. Ah, that didn't take very long. Hopefully the way will open up afterwards. It depends. There are models, there are bass accordion models with 80 keys and 120 keys. Wow. That's a lot of keys. That is a lot of keys. Kudos to the people that can work and work with the 120 key model. I bet that's a rich sound. That I bet the music it can make is quite rich. Like it's full. It has a high amount of breadth to it. It has range. I guess is another way I should say it. It's got a lot of range to it. I knew we'd find something. Find the last piece of this. Armor once favored by an ancient warlike tribe from the Farron region. The war paint bolsters your fighting spirit and raises your attack power. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, so this was the last one. That's good. It's very beautiful. I agree. Accordions do produce some good music. Is it necessarily my jam? No. It's not, but I can appreciate a good instrument. I at least have that in common with the rest of my family. We all can appreciate some good music. And solid instrument play. And I have a lot of respect for people that can practice and really just pull all that off. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of time to do. You really don't, like, you're either wrapped up into music, and so you're kind of just good by default. You've developed the skill to become decent by default. Like, it's in the family, is another way of saying that. And so the expectation is that you're roped into lots of musical things. Or you're actually, it's something you want to do, and so you do it. Okay, is this it? Yeah, there's that. Oh, it's just those two openings. Cool. Oh, and doing the shrine opened up the grate here. Okay. Yep. That's good. Good stuff. You started learning the trumpet to play at church. Do you like playing the trumpet? Or is it more like an obligational thing? Out of curiosity. I know that when I was a high school boy, I would have been 16, 17 at the time. When I started doing work for my senior project in high school, and it was worth, 25% of my literature grade and everything. One of the things I observed is that if the church in question requires a musician's band, and there are, like, the elders are on their way out the door, they will just straight up ask younger congregation members if they would be interested in learning, like, instruments, if they would be interested in learning that the trade for that, so to speak. And a lot of them, if the church has bothered to maintain a decent relationship with them, will say yes. They will actually just do that. Now, where is this next Korok seed? And while I'm plotting that, it's this one for sure. It's probably like, it starts here, and we're gonna go back to the tower and fly down. You already play trumpet. I don't know if you told me. There were a couple instruments. I know the piano is one of them. There's at least one other instrument, and I've forgotten already. My bad. You enjoy playing trumpet too? Awesome. So, if you don't mind my asking, is music something you want to do? Like as a career / something you do to live, to exist, to make money? I know if I've told my dad for years that if there's something he wants to do to fulfill himself and make a little money on the side, he should consider, picking back up the practice of karaoke again and maybe find a local country band to go tour. I've told him to do that before. Of course, he always insists that he's too old, and he would definitely lose out on, thank you for the gust of wind game. Much appreciated. What was I saying? Right. And, he wants to be home to enjoy, like, the company with my stepmother, his wife. I can't blame him for that. No, you see this as a hobby? Fair. Music is a very good hobby. It could be incredibly soul-fulfilling. I don't know. Maybe I should probably... Coin, would you like to try that sentence again? I should probably avoid the use of the word soul for this, because not everyone is... Also, I just realized I need to go and update the Korok counter, so I have to work back anyway. But I think it could be a very spiritually fulfilling practice. 854? Okay. Where's this? Scroll all the way down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 more. 9, 10, 11. There we go. 854. I hope music as a hobby continues to fulfill you for many years to come, Michael DS. I truly do mean that. Gaming has filled that same role for me these many years. I have been gaming and this is just, I'm kind of like transitioning to a general topic for anyone or for the audience here. Something that a lot of people may not know about me is that I practically picked up my first controller when I was 3. I happened to be over at one of my cousin's houses back then, and she had a Nintendo 64 with I want to say it was like Super... No. It wasn't 3. It's been a long time, as people could clearly probably tell. Nintendo 64 was like, what, 1992? Is that correct? Hold on. I gotta make sure I remember when this console came out, because if I don't, I'm gonna look like an idiot. And I know my gaming. Pretty sure it's like 1992 or 1991. Never mind. In specifically September 29th, 1996. Okay, so I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking maybe it was 6. Yeah, 6 or 7 sounds more correct now that I'm thinking on it. But I remember gaming from even before that. I know the family had like a copy of Pitfall lying around when we had like the older computers. I would play that. I wouldn't get very far in Pitfall, but I would play it. Your main 2 hobbies are playing games and instruments? Yeah. Gaming's where it's at. But music is also awesome. And I'm glad that you have both of those things to enjoy. And music is probably going to be the thing that outlasts, you know, the sphere of gaming, because between all the controversies in games and just make sure. Arch to the northwest. Oh, it's probably this one here, if I had to guess. Between all the various controversies, yeah, I could see it's literally right there. All the controversies, all of the issues with supply and demand, and like the recent geopolitical turbulence, both in the US and elsewhere. The India-Pakistani conflict, as well as the Ethiopian-Tigrayan conflict, comes to mind when I think of long-standing conflicts. Even India and China, there's been territorial border disputes between those 2 nations for a while. All it would take is for something catastrophically bad to happen, and I'm not making it. There's no way I'm making it. I don't have the right speed for this. And especially with the control stick doing that. And it being cold? Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to figure out how fast I need to be. The first time playing was around 5 years old. Yeah, gaming is one of those things that you just tend to bump into. Do we have any warm food? I feel like I have a piece of chilled meat lying around. Nope. No such luck. I need to make more food. But I can't be arsed to cook right this second. That is not correct. Where's the arch? Oh, it's this arch. I need to go further north. And gaming is also one of those things that I shouldn't say you know while you're young if you enjoy it or not, because gaming still has that stigma attached to it, where the boomers, the old fogies of the world, either see it as a satanic practice, or in the gender war between man and woman, there are ladies Here in the States. I don't know about anywhere else, but at least in the States. They're like, gaming isn't a grown-up hobby. I feel like I need to bring a seal out this way. That's gonna stink. I probably gotta bring a seal out this direction. One second. There we go. We only just barely made it because of the speed boost. Now let's warm up with a ruby circlet. Okay. You're still thinking about what you should choose to work for, like your career, right? Your career, what you're gonna do to make money, to exist in this world. It's a really difficult question. No, that's completely fair. That's a difficult question for everybody, depending on what stage of life they're in. Yeah, definitely this one. It's like out here somewhere. It's... How do I word this? It's one of those things, like, you can get an opinion of it. You can get some formation of that when you're in your 20s. And it won't be until you're like 25 or 30 where you're sure this is what you want to do. But the world won't let you wait for something like that. You gotta know beforehand. If you're in a part of the world where it's extremely industrial, you got companies that will look at a 25, 30-year-old that hasn't found work yet as, you know, basically non-employable. Well, that got slightly too close for comfort. At least in terms of my own personal history. You kind of have to... have the knowledge of the abstract. There's a shrine out this way. Yep, there is. There's a shrine right out there. We saw it earlier. And that's why there's a sandstorm. We're gonna put 2 markers. And hopefully the sandstorm will let up as we get a little bit closer. We could actually see those things. Well, let's see. You're working with music. Is there anything in your schooling, let's say? Because I don't know what stage of life you're in. Is there anything in your schooling that you've found to be interesting? Like you want to do it? Or even not necessarily schooling. There are some people that know right away, as soon as they see the YouTuber doing the funny thing, you know, like your Markipliers, your Jacksepticeye's, your Kai Cenats, so on and so forth. They know right away that's some kind of something they want to do. But is there something that has captivated your interest? And I suppose I can ask this of anyone else too. If people have not chosen what they've wanted to do for work yet, or they're thinking about what they want to do with their career, do you have any inkling of an idea? Because the world is going to make you try. Hello, ma'am, what are you doing? Poor thing. The world's gonna make you pick something while you're young, and you're gonna have to determine in the middle of it whether or not it's something you want to do. And the more times that you determine, no, this is not something I want to do, the costlier it tends to be. I just found the shrine too. My throat, it's so dry. I can't move a muscle. If this is really the end, I wish I could have one last taste, one sip of an ice cold, noble pursuit. Yuck! I gotta go. Let's go back to town. We're gonna have to go talk to the Gerudo chick that runs the inn. Pretty sure that's what that's gonna be. Or maybe that's back at the Kara Bazaar? Not too sure. You like TI, but you don't know if you want to work with this? Information technology? Do I have that particular acronym correct? Just guessing here. Where's my Vo outfit? Because you Gruden women have a stick up your butt about men. Man, the Gerudo would fit. Nah, I don't know about that one. That's a bit of an overreach coin. Don't even say that. Not going to. No, we don't need that. We need to find the inn, and I'm thinking that's over here somewhere. Evening. I really want to use the actual Gerudo greeting. You know, sub-saba. But I'm worried I'd mess it up and embarrass myself. You know, like, look at me, I could speak another language. It just feels like bragging. Don't overthink it. You really think I'm putting too much thought into it? Maybe you're right. In English, it's the opposite, IT. You forgot about this difference? It just took me a second to think about. Yeah, we call it IT here in the States. Information technology. IT can be a fun field. Of course, it's being absolutely ravaged by, you know, AI everywhere. And with the internet death theory, as in the internet is slowly getting filled with more and more and more bots over time, you know, maybe the whole field of IT will just die out. And the internet will go back to being what many people would probably have assumed its original purpose was, and that was for military communications, because that's how it was developed with original U.S. military hardware. Back during the aftermath of World War II, that's about when that stuff came out. Absolutely wild. It would suck if that's all the... If this is what happens with the internet, right? Yeah, like in Portuguese, it's always the opposite. Like, there you say AI, here we say IA. Yeah, that's got to be that's a convention thing I'm having to wrap my brain around. Definitely different compared to Italian, where sometimes that stuff is backwards, but the words are spelled different, so of course I wouldn't know that it's backwards. That's fascinating. I'll have to do some homework into that, because I'm curious, and I don't want to ask people. I don't want to ask about why it's that way. I feel like I should just take a language course if I'm that interested. Where's a pen I can have here? It happens because of the order of words? Yeah. Where is this? 1 second. Just had to go grab a pen. It's nice to have that stuff organized in a way I can easily get to it, instead of having to rummage around in the metallic organizer I had before. Okay, I've written that down to look into later. And then once I've done that, the next time Michael DS or someone else that speaks Portuguese shows up, you know, that could be an interesting discussion why the words are ordered the way they are. Because right now I kind of feel like I'm a silly American asking too many stupid, dumb questions. Like there you say artificial first, here we say intelligence first. Yeah, I would like to be a little bit more fastidious than the way, I guess the way a lot of my peers would be. A lot of us wouldn't necessarily have a problem with... I don't have a problem with the question itself. I'm getting in my own head. I want people to understand Coin is in his own head about the way he asks things, or the way he wants to ask people things sometimes. It is definitely not something that's common amongst my peers. It's a me thing. Gerudo Town is so different from home. I live in Rito Village. We don't get many visitors there, so I'm not really familiar with non-Rito. But now that I'm here, I should enjoy myself. If I wanted to start by trying out some of the meat here... But they don't seem to have poultry. Yeah, they have, like, blubber. They have seal, they have molduga. Well, I mean, hey, we at least learned. Ooh, what's... hello? Oh, it's still Tracy. Okay, I was concerned. Wait, how did a Vo get in here? No, that's Tracy. Hotel Oasis. No, definitely not. I'm looking for the drink. That may actually be a that may be a Cara Bazaar thing. Nope, that's still the inn. That's the jeweler. A Hylian Vi, huh? My Vava often said never to eat a hearty durian while drinking. I don't really know why, but since she said it so much, there must be a good reason. Poor lady that needs 10 flints. Thank you, Michael DS. Much appreciated. And that means she's gonna be... right, the spa plan. I got that part. Oh. That means she's in here. Because we already gave her the flint. Vasak. With the divine beast calmed, the town has really returned to its lively self. Oh, but don't think I don't know. You played a part in calming the divine beast. You're not the type to brag about your accomplishments, though. I could tell. I could learn a thing or two from you. Anyway, what does the heroine of Gerudo Town need from me? You arrived there with 9 flints and never picked the last one. What? Hold on, I got something.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, that's the sentiment that gives me. She's still waiting for that 10th flint. Whenever you get the chance, you should give it to her so she stops waiting for that 10th piece of flint. My goodness. For me, it's always pumpkins. Does everyone have a resource or a material in this game that they routinely just never have enough of? For me, it's always the Kakariko pumpkins. I never buy them. I never have need of the defense boost in the first place. I'm usually seeking an attack boost instead. I realize I could go every blood moon and buy the pumpkins if I wanted to, but that's a lot of wasted time. So I just tend not to make too many dishes with pumpkin in them. But I'm probably gonna need to, you know, think about that. Think about doing that so that we can do all the recipes in one go at some point, because that is part of the full completion experience. I want to be able to show people how to do the cooking in one complete go for YouTube purposes. This isn't the correct one. If I were you, I'd have had them put up a great big statue in honor of my saving Gerudo Town. And it would absolutely be covered in jewels, though. It must be this lady. Vasak. I heard you brought some flint for us, little Vi. You're a lifesaver. How about I tell you one of the owner's secrets as my way of saying Sarkso? Her, the owner, sleeps wearing nothing but accessories. I wonder if she gets cold. What? Okay, let me try sleeping to the midday or something and see if maybe the correct information gets sussed out. The Divine Beast has stopped its rampage, so I'm hoping business will pick up again. It's all thanks to Lady Riju, isn't it? Yes, spa please. Anyway, what would you like to be woken? In the morning. Savor. You're pretty muscular for a Hylian. I like your Voish figure. How in the world Link does not get sussed out as a Vo immediately, I will never understand. Does he literally just insist on keeping the veil on the whole time? Also, does he wear, like, the pants the whole time? I would love to be a fly on the wall and, like, see exactly what's happening for the purposes of how the hell he manages to stay undetected in here. Savalta, you look like the very image of relaxation. Yep. I'm cure you. I'll cure you. I'm sure I will. Where is this? Do you have a gaming PC? Yes, I sure do. It's how I'm able to stream this in the first place. I'm gonna look up where this starts. I feel like I'm going stir crazy. Yeah, otherwise I would not be able to stream this at the visual clarity that I am capable of. I would be stuck at whatever TV resolution my previous screen had, because I did used to have like a separate TV monitor, like a television screen for this sort of thing, but that's a lot of upkeep, and also I'm trying to like get rid of more furniture. I could show this. Let me just go over to my recording scene. You see that, let me try to put this way. This thing, where my index finger is, that entertainment center. Yeah, I would like to be able to get rid of that and have more space. But right now it's just kind of this thing that I store stuff in. Not a fun time. I am the sort of person, I don't like having a whole bunch of stuff in places where I live. I don't. I hate that. I hate it so much. I feel cramped when I don't have space. I don't even like things on walls, truth be told. If I could get away with it, I would rather not have stuff on my walls too much. Of course, things like marker boards or posters help liven up a streaming space, and it's good to have stuff like that. So I try to strike a balance. I try to strike a balance with that stuff. Because otherwise, I would absolutely be the type of person that have painted walls, hardwood floor or tile floor, with a dresser to put my stuff in, which I have a bedroom. That's where that stuff is. A dresser, a couple of sorting baskets for other things, a bed. Like, I could probably live in like an 800 square foot place or whatever. You know, those, or no, actually, now that I'm thinking on it, 800 square feet would be like an apartment, right? I could probably live in one of those tiny box homes, like 200 square feet, if I could set up the space accordingly. With maybe like a small extra area for like a wash basin and so on. Just places to like wash clothes. I could function off that. Would anyone else? Would anyone else? I want to make sure I opened that question correctly. Would anyone else? Or not would? Has anyone else entertained the idea of living in such a small space? Even U.S. like apartments are bigger than the 200 square feet that I'm describing. I'm pretty sure the size of this room is like 250 square feet. I would hate having a bed in here, but I could do it. I could live in this space. I am trying to look up where this drink is. Okay, I'm looking for an NPC named Ferosa. Alright. So come in the town archway and hang a sharp right. It's all about balance, I guess. Yeah, like, obviously, if I can't have that, what I would actually probably want instead is as big of a house. I am the type to also be comfortable in a mansion, but here's the catch. If I'm gonna be in a mansion, right? If I'm gonna own a mansion, like I have that much space, I'm gonna invite friends to live in that space. I'm gonna invite like family members that can't afford to pay or that are having difficulty living somewhere else. And as long as they contribute to taxes and upkeep, I would be just as happy with that. I would not take a mansion for just me. I want like 30, 40, 50 people in that space. Okay, so this is probably this lovely lady here. Vasak. A Hylian Vi, huh? I can't tell how old you are, but this place is definitely not for young Vi. Because the drinks we make here are different from regular drinks for them. For one, they have a rare treat in them. Ice. Noble Pursuit? You want to try our signature drink, Noble Pursuit? Unfortunately, I need a huge amount of ice to make that drink, and I'm fresh out right now. Besides, it's a really strong drink. Even if I could make it, I wouldn't sell it to a little Vi like you. Or yeah, you wouldn't have a mansion without a big family. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And of course, unlike typical mansions, I'm not the opulent type when it comes to yards. I wouldn't, for example, have like a fully I want to say manicured or like pedicured lawn. That's not correct. I wouldn't have like a fully landscaped lawn or anything. I wouldn't have servants to water water and caretake or a gardener. I guess it wouldn't be servants. It would be a gardener, right? I wouldn't hire someone like that. I would actually, upkeep the mansion myself if I can. Or one of the other 29, 39, 49 people that live in that space. That could be their task. It all just kind of depends. But I'm not the opulent type when it comes to when it comes to outside spaces. I'm also not really the opulent type. If a mansion were the space I were living in, I wouldn't have like drapes everywhere or, you know, fancy couches. It would be basic. I would literally treat it as just a large living space that could just so happen to house people. Actually, Ferosa, this drink ain't for me. What'd you say? Pokey's collapsed. I want to help her out, but I can't make a you-know-what without ice. There's ice at the ice house, but my legs aren't in the best shape for hauling ice. Should I get it for you? Are you serious? You'll get it? That'd be a huge help. Pokey is my best customer, after all. I wish I could get the ice myself. Anyway, the ice house is north of town. Anke? Anchi? Anke. Anke manages it, but I think if you explain the situation, she'll let you have some ice. You should know that she heads to bed quite early. If you plan to go, you'll need to get there while it's bright out. Oh, young lady. Carrying ice all the way through the desert and then all the way to town? I can't let that stand. If you bring the ice to the entrance of the ruins between town and the ice house, I could take it from there. Well, we got the drink. We don't have the drink, but we got the condition for the drink. Why don't we go track that particular little side quest? I don't like showing you up either. Or you don't like, I see what you mean. You're not the type to like flaunt your wealth, right? You're not the opulent type, as I have also said, like buying things just to show other people. Yeah, I'm not that type of person. Like occasionally I'll buy something to show it off. One of the things I do have a weakness for is jewelry. I am a huge fan of jewelry, but even then, with jewelry, right? I know it's like a really it's a top item that gets stolen a lot. I would definitely not just wear jewelry on my person without being conscious of it at all times. And I certainly wouldn't be wearing tennis bracelets out in public. That's a pretty good way. It's so easy to have someone just slip a tennis bracelet off your wrist unless it's fitted correctly. And doesn't even have to be that expensive. It doesn't have to be a diamond tennis bracelet. It can be a tennis bracelet with Swarovski crystal on it. Like knockoff jewelry. It could be something like that, and Swarovski crystal will still sell if it's cut well. It'll still sell well, and especially if the piece is like vibrant, and because Swarovski crystal is very pretty to look at, it'll at least sell reasonably if it's authentic crystal at a pawn shop or something. So even if it were a tennis bracelet of that stuff, I wouldn't go around wearing it. The most I would wear would be like a pendant or something. Or, you know, better yet, ladies and dudes, you know, AMAB and AFAB people, just get your ears pierced. Wear it on your ears. And then someone would have to literally rip the earring off your ear, and only an unhinged psychopath would do that. At least the US is a safe country, you guys. Oh no. It's safe till it ain't. You'd be surprised at how much mugging and theft can occur in the US. Like, the police force is brutal. The police force has body cams and, you know, fancy cars and high-class tech. Great for catching perps after they do a crime, but nah, it's really not that safe. Also, the more obscure and dark city alleyway is, the less safe it is. Especially if there happens to be a nearby manhole cover. Yeah, there's probably a perp waiting to drag you into the dark corners of an alley to have their way with you. And the best thing that can happen is that you get beaten up and your stuff is stolen. And at worst, you don't come out of that alley. But compared to Brazil, it's much better. Oh, is crime like a common thing in Brazil? If you don't mind my asking. I know this is kind of a gnarly subject, so if you don't want to talk about it, you know, feel free to say this conversation is uncomfortable. I'd like to move to something else. But I mean, it's just like asking about each other's countries in other respects. Talking about crime can be an interesting subject if it's kept light. Oh. This is an ice house used for storing the ice brought down from the mountains. Seeing as we live in a desert, it's pretty important stuff for us, Gerudo. So I guard the ice house 24 hours a day. Oh. I see. Well, if Rosa wants ice, you should bring her some. You're permitted to take some ice. You've taken the heat into account, right? If you move too slowly, the ice will surely melt. Ferosa has no use for water. Like how tall your wall is? Are you asking about, like, the border wall? Or are you asking about, like, other walls? Just so I understand where we're going with this. A wall around my house. Front yard doesn't have one. Backyard, it's probably I'd say 5 feet, 6 feet. It's taller than me, and I'm a 5'2" person generally. So I'm never quite there at 5'3". I can be up there in the morning, but by the end of the night, I'm firmly in the 5'2" department. In Brazil, you're crazy if you don't have a front yard wall. I could imagine. I could definitely imagine that. Or, you know, you're in an apartment complex, right? Like, I assume there are apartments in Brazil. Like tall structures that are part of, like, a hotel or something. Like high-rise apartments is what I'm getting at. Or condominiums. Okay, and now we're headed all the way over there. So I'm guessing it'll melt in the shade. Or it won't melt in the shade, but it'll melt every place else. If only I had some, like... Yeah, we need to be in the shade as much as possible. Unfortunately, the situation here is very bad. I'm deeply sorry about that. Yeah, that's yucky. So, when people commit crime in Brazil, I assume it's the same anywhere else. People are wanting money. People are wanting to have their way with you. I'm thinking of, like, sex crimes. or people are just looking to rough each other up. That's like the general. That's the general things people commit crime for.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Oh, that is not good. How are we gonna make it through here? I guess we could, like, eat some... This might be the time where sneaky food comes around. Really? I gotta, like, keep moving in such a way that the bokoblin doesn't catch me. I'm really not trying to say, ooh, Brazil is different because it's Brazil. Or the crime is the same no matter where you go. People always find reasons to commit it. It's money or folly. It's one of those things. Okay, we literally can't keep it there or it's melting. Could stay there for like a hot second while I'll come and deal with that. You know, I would say that shadow just moved. Crime knows no border. Crime is one of those... I hate to say it, but human malice is the same no matter where you go. It's just... Oh, God, I have to figure out... Okay, now while they're distracted, quick. Gotta keep things moving, and hopefully we will have brought enough ice. Yeah, you agree with that, but some countries are safer than others. I would say right now, as long as you, like, fit the hallmarks. Hey, over here this way, bring the ice over here. The US is a safe country, but it's not over here. Whoa, no doubt about that. That's definitely ice from the ice house. I'll be able to make a noble pursuit with this. It may be the best I've ever made. I've got one more favor to ask. Could you go and let Pokey know? Just tell her the best drink ever is waiting for her. What? No, of course this will work. Knowing her, if she hears a delicious drink is waiting, she'll come running. Sure. And hey, we got enough, Oh, is the game gonna... No, of course not. The game is absolutely gonna make us do that. That's fine. Yeah, I don't blame people for... How do I word this? I just hope that sentiment holds with the crazy lunatic that some people in the US have elected in office, because I don't think it's gonna hold. Between him and the things that the State Department has decided to do, I think it's not law enforcement anymore. It's not like whether or not random people are gonna commit a crime on you. It's gonna be, is the government gonna commit a crime on you. I think that is gonna be the part that kind of has to come out of the woodwork. You're not saying that US it's all good. Yeah, definitely not. Sorry, be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Totally forgot to do that is the incorrect screen. Here we go. I totally forgot to do the shilling in the previous hour. And a lot of that is just due to how mucked up this all has become. So first, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. You know, even between the two streams, even between the stream crashing out and me needing to like restart things, I really do appreciate people putting up with me. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so already, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. Tell the stream, tell family members, friends, coworkers, or people you think would generally be interested in the gaming space about this stream. I love seeing fresh faces. I love people being able to come here and talk about almost anything. And it really all does help. I really do mean that. As far as the other like major point of shilling, you guys being here, Sorry, I think I forgot to cover the mic there. You guys being here is more than sufficient for me. I want everybody to know that. But if you do feel like financially contributing, there are plenty of avenues for you to do this. You guys can feel free to fiddle around with the About Me tab on the Twitch side, or in the description on the YouTube side. There are plenty of things to click on and check out if and you so desire. I would say I'll only point out the best deals outside of an ad blocker. Tier 1 subscription is truly the best bang for your buck. You get a whole bunch of benefits. You get 5 more sweet emotes. You get the ability to skip the ads here on the Twitch channel. You don't have to put up with them. It's great. And you get the ability to have your votes counted on twice when we vote on things on this channel. And for those of you on YouTube that are like, where are my benefits? Well, you guys will need to check out the memberships for Patreon or Coffee. They're about $2. I wish I could say, that people on Twitch could pay $2. I really, really do. I can't, though. I'm not in control of those prices. And obviously a Patreon or Coffee member would never get the skips on the ads anyway, because that's just not how it works. But you guys do get to enjoy the rest of the benefits for basically $2. You get a little more if at the medium tier, and you get a little bit more than that at the higher tier. I like to think all my prices are set reasonably where I can control them. But the Patreon Coffee continuous membership packages are like the best bang for your buck. And whether or not you subscribe or you become a member on Patreon or Coffee, or you give a one-off donation, your guys' names will end up on these plaques, which I did read in the previous stream. Promise. Thank you again to both Michael DS and Rasby for their continuous and one-time donations. I really do appreciate that. It means more than I can put into words sometimes. What was I saying? Right. You guys' financial support means more to me than I can express in words, and I want you to know that with any amount of sincerity. But I also want people to know that times are tight. Money is tight. I understand if people, don't want to or can't contribute. They don't need to. You guys don't need to. You guys being here is enough for me. I will do this until the U.S. government literally knocks on my door and says, knock it off, bonehead. Or, bad things will happen to you. I'll do it until I can't. But every little bit of contribution that occurs along the way is a highly cherished gift. Now, returning back to our previous conversation, Michael DS on Twitch says, here if we don't have electric fences and cameras at home, oh my god, your cameras are a perfect spot to break in. Now, I should say my house also has cameras. We've also got, a gun that we could pick up off of the fireplace mantle and use if it becomes perfectly necessary. I have, although I don't like to talk about it very much, I do have a crossbow in my office that I can string up with a carbon-tipped steel bolt, and it'll be hurled at like 300 meters per second at an attacker. Like, we have defenses. We also have like dogs that definitely will help protect us, and we help protect them. But I mean, that's, yes, a very dangerous man. Look, I don't like pointing out the guns. I don't like pointing out the shotgun. I don't like pointing out the crossbow. But It's kind of it's one of those things about you either own a gun or you own some other means of protection. As they say, and I personally believe in this. I believe in this mantra, this concept. I believe that an armed society is truly a polite one, because if people are armed, you don't live, you generally don't suffer the company of fools that want to mug you for very long, because they understand that you're packing steel and they could end up with a missing arm, a missing leg. They could end up dead. Yeah, we're very proud of our Second Amendment rights. And while school shootings happen a lot, there are a lot of people that misuse the Second Amendment, and they absolutely should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And people definitely shouldn't have access to the level of guns that we have. Generally, I think that makes society just as dangerous. At the same time, though, a lot of the other crime that is rampant around the world can really only prove the point of maybe if everybody was packing some heat, maybe nobody would mess with each other. You know, people would be polite. Of course, that's an ideal world, right? And packing a little tiny, 6-piece shooter or whatever ain't gonna help you if the government starts being the entity that is giving you problems. But it'll at least protect you from random mooks wanting to give you some trouble. There would have to be a coordinated effort. Michael DS says, here only the thieves can have guns? Yikes. Yeah, that's like the thing. That's like the main, detracting argument that gun owners will often use in order to beat back some of the gun control proposals. That, oh, well, this proposal that you've offered isn't going to really help us protect ourselves. We have to rely on you to do that. And you know what they say? When seconds matter, the police are minutes away. Here in the United States, the police are not here to protect you. If they can stop an ongoing crime, great. Fantastic. Usually, by the time the police arrived, they're there to figure out what the heck happened and then arrest the perp so they don't do it a second time. I almost think that's just how the world is. You cannot stop crime. You cannot stop a lot of crimes before they happen, because that would require policing way more than a lot of people are comfortable with. Some people could live in that environment, for sure. If you got nothing to hide, you won't mind the government spying on you. You won't mind if there's a soldier housed in your home waiting for you to do something illicit, or even a hint of illicit. Surely that won't, nobody will mind that, right? I believe famous wars between world powers or like empires and its citizens have happened over this exact type of thing I'm talking about. Yeah, like the rampant gun ownership also brings problems. Yeah, it's a delicate balancing act. I break with a lot of my friends on this, where a lot of them they're very anti-gun. They do not want guns around anywhere. They don't think the common populace should be allowed to have them. And I think that's fine. That's a fine stance to have. But I think depending on the situation, that's not always reasonable. And again, having the option to defend yourself is so that a random goon doesn't do that to you. Because you cannot rely on the police or the government to protect you if a thief or a serial arsonist or whatever tries to do something. You only have yourself. One time your house was broken into. Terrible experience. Yeah, I can imagine, and I'm sorry you had to experience that, Michael DS. That's awful. I'm done for. Yes, Pokey. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna rot here. Hey, did you know about this delicious drink halfway across the desert? You're totally not still going to die by heat exhaustion by the time you get to it, but we're going to tell you about it anyway, because this is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and not real life. Huh? Did you say best noble pursuit ever? I am gone. What is this, Golden Sun? Like the original Golden Sun? Like where if you don't say anything to that dude trapped under a boulder in like the starting village, in like the childhood opening sequence, he actually does die. But if you tell him he's fine and he doesn't die. Also, I'm pretty sure there was like a temporary connection issue between my internet and Twitch, so you may need to say your last sentence again. Just pointing that out there for anyone who feels like Twitch ate your sentence or I didn't see it or what have you. For whatever reason, my particular Twitch panel did disconnect from chat there, and that is even looking at the social stream ninja version of the chats. Yeah. You had luck because you arrived fast? Good. Good. The perfect drink. It's done. And hopefully we'll get a blessing for this. And how many Korok seeds do we have? It's a very complex topic. 856. Okay. Yeah, there's not really a right solution. It kind of depends on the society, right? Like, there are parts of this that are... You handle it at the individual level and you move on because your society is just not geared up with that advanced level of surveillance that could stop a crime like that. America, specifically the United States, has like this very different... We're in a different situation where we could, if we wanted to, have the surveillance that would stop these types of crimes in advance, as well as just like, not even just the advanced surveillance, but if we wanted to, what? We got that one, right? Did I miss the chest in there or something? Or did I not get the orb? Oops. I better figure that one out really freaking quick. It's always a very... Yeah, I didn't activate the shrine. That is super silly. I got caught up in what we were talking about, which should tell you how good of a discussion it is. I appreciate that everybody is being reasonable and not militant about their point of view. Because some people among my personal circles are very passionate about their anti-gun stance. And that's fine. Be passionate. I always enjoy when people are being passionate in their conversations, but when it crosses into militancy, like, you can't have your opinion. You would better change your tone, or, you know, our friendship is like over or whatever. Unless unless the point of view is quite literally, are you a Nazi or not? Are you being like insensitive to the human condition? A lot of things I think are supposed to have room for debate because they are complicated. Things like gun control cannot just be reduced to, oh, we should just ban it all. Yeah, maybe the world might be safer, like projectile weapons didn't exist. Perhaps the world might be safer if gunpowder had never been invented. Or if even if the combustion engine had never occurred. Certainly possible. But then the world will be a lot more insular, a lot less global. Like, we'll never really know what that particular world is like because these things were invented. We did discover these things, and they were used for things both fantastical. I want to make sure I haven't missed something here. So here's the East Barrens. We got that one, and we did get that one. Okay, that was what I was concerned about. Okay, so the next one's here, and I already know what it is, too. Where it's more cactus shenanigans. And it's shaping up like we definitely missed some Korok seeds somewhere. And I don't exactly know how I would go about rectifying that. But I do appreciate everybody's civility when it comes to, like, the gun topic. I really do. It's very difficult to explain to a foreigner, to a foreign person, those things, because it's another completely different country. Right, exactly. Like, here, where, you know, we have the technology, you know, we could safely discuss the merits of, you know, gun control. Whereas in Brazil, I feel like, you know, you guys have already moved to that final point in discussion, and now, I don't know if it's so much the realization has dawned on anybody, but it's more like, oh, now that we've established this law, and we think it's safer if people don't have guns, or whatever. Like, whatever the sentiment or reasons are for why the law was established. People, are now societally finding out what happens as that law comes into effect. More or less. Here you don't talk about it because it won't change. Which I think is sad. I think it's sad. Not that it necessarily should change, right? Maybe nobody having guns is for a very good reason. I'm not here to begrudge the Brazilian people their reasons. What I am saying is the fact that people won't even talk about it because it's such an ironclad thing now. That is the sad part. Things are starting to get like that here in the U.S. Not exactly over guns, but it's over different stuff. People slowly stop talking about things that they know are just going to be a certain way. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. Although I guess for us, it's because we have a crazy loony with the nuclear codes in the White House, and his cabal of sycophants are also helping him with the nuclear codes. But that's me exercising my rights as a U.S. citizen to criticize the president in my own country. I can do that. Not calling for the man's death I'm not saying bad things should happen to him. I'm only saying this is how things are, and I don't like what he's doing. Just in case anyone is listening, I have not crossed a line here. I believe we're at 857 Korok seeds. Let's see. Let's go ahead and adjust that. I think we're approaching the fact that we've obtained all the Korok seeds. Let me look back over here. We have the Dragon's Exile, or / the Great Fairy Fountain. We have this Korok seed. We have the one in the Arbiter's Grounds, the one in the Southern Oasis. We have the one right there, right above it. We have this one. I'm kind of doing a check because there's like 29 Korok seeds that are in the castle. And there's the one I know about that's in Akala, which means we missed 2 seeds somewhere, and I don't know where that is. There's one there. There's one, and then we're mapping over the territory we were in already. There's one here. There's one here at the archway we were at earlier. There's one inside that skull. There's one over there. The entrance to the Lome Labyrinth. There's one there. We move over to the peak. There's one there. There's another one there. There's another one right there. It's going to be irritating if it's like 2 in a very random place. I wish we could like... No, I don't want to do that. Change target. It's treasure. No, that's also incorrect. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty. I'm trying to like make sure I've combed over everything. With like a fine tooth comb. Because once I do, we get the one in, you know, not Kakariko Village. Once we get the one in Akala, assuming a lightning storm doesn't strike, we have the ones in the castle, and then we have to go scour the rest. Let's see, there's one there off the mountain. There's one off to the side. There's one over there. There's the 2 up there. There's the one opposite of the thing next to the DLC stuff. How many hours do I have in Breath of the Wild? Good question. Let me go to the options. We go to the account. Oh, that's like a really good question. I wish I could like easily find this. Support the important information. Right. We have all that. We have the intellectual property notices. Program. Let's check the system settings. This Nintendo interface sucks. It kind of does, yeah. Because you kind of have to look in like the data or something random. It really should just be available somewhere else. So the virtual game cards. Nope. It's not even what the one I want to see. Nintendo? Are you serious? Okay. I'll figure out where to find this information. I'll probably do that over the next break. But I think I have to be approaching like 400 hours. No, actually probably closer to 600 hours, thinking about the fact that this is technically not the first time I've streamed this game before. A few years back, I tried going for this exact same thing again. And, real life happened, kept me from fully completing the game. And we got pretty far. Not only did I complete 2 of the 4 divine beasts, but I'm pretty sure I also spent many hours grinding materials to keep up with the stream profile. And then we even did DLC 1. Like, I even have, like, the footage. I'm pretty sure I have the footage to prove that, assuming it hasn't been wiped by Twitch. And then, like, the couple hundred, at least 200 play hours for this game. I really like this game. I do generally like the game. Like, I'll give you that. It is definitely not the level of play for my Skyrim, Elden Ring, Oblivion, or a few other games, or even like World of Warcraft. I remember having a full year's worth of playtime in the game, and that's over. Sometimes I would play 6 hours a day when I was a younger man. So that would be what? Let's be generous and say at least 4 a day for World of Warcraft. So 4 times what? 30? That's like 120. So on average, and accounting for about 8 hours somewhere in that calculation, I have spent, in some games, I have definitely spent upwards of like 2,000 play hours. World of Warcraft was one of those. I'm pretty sure Skyrim approaches like 1,200 hours. I thought that's part 38 for a second, lol. That's fair, bear type. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're just combing over all of the Korok seeds for this area and making sure I've gotten them all. Because we are 33 seeds left from completion. And we know one of them is in Akala, and there's like 29 in Hyrule Castle. So there's 2 or 3 we've missed somewhere else. And I'm making sure, because I think I've done a pretty diligent job so far. I want to make sure I just didn't miss anything like easy in Gerudo Valley. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, 43 is very good. I didn't think I'd get this far in like 4 months. Michael DS says, the game that I have the most hours in is Fortnite. Nowadays, you don't play it anymore. How do you find the castle ones? Because you can't make points on the map. You just, that's why I have the interactive map, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. We're going to be making heavy use of the interactive map to tell us exactly where to find them. That said, I do have some memory from when we went to the castle during my first stream 2 to 3 years ago. So I know there's a Korok seat on top of Hyrule Castle. I know that there's one next to a shrine. I know there's a couple around Zelda's room. I know there's a couple on top of the battlement towers where the Lynels are. I know of a few. I remember a few. But there will be plenty more where I just kind of have to, read the description. If and you catch my drift. Let's find Yarna Valley again. That's right there. Okay, we've got that one. We've got that one. Got those 2. And there's also, I definitely could have missed some in the canals in the valley and not just like out here in the wasteland proper. See, we've got one. Looking at this, going back to the beast, we've got one here. We've got one there. We've got one to the right. Looking down where the talus is. The talus is here. The Korok seed's there. Probably don't have a whole bunch of free time for Fortnite, Michael DS. Would that be correct? Oh, and or, you know, the game probably just isn't all that interesting. Slash, it's kind of, when... I had this issue with Smite as well. Or, like, eventually, you know, you just play the game so much that you kind of need to find something else to do, or you go stir crazy. Like, the pattern gets to be a bit too repetitious. There are those 2 Korok seeds. There are the 3 that dot the tower. You've got the 2 that are in the lake area. You've got the one up there. There's the talus. We've got the 2 on the bridge. You've got one here. You've got the one right up there. We've got the one in front of the stable. We've got another one near the shrine. You still have time, but the game isn't fun anymore. Fair enough. Now, let me ask this, because I don't know if this is necessarily a true thing. Is there, like, toxicity in Fortnite? Like, I know people can get on voice comms, and then, it you know, the toxicity is just kind of implied. But, can people, like, emote or do stupid things that make people angry / upset or whatever? Because if that's the case, I can't imagine that also doesn't wear on a person, right? I know that can definitely be the case in places or in games like Smite, where people were in MOBAs, because Smite's a type of MOBA. League is like the most popular one, where people can type toxic shit in chat rooms. People can, you know, ping incessantly, even though there's no reason to. Just all kinds of unhinged nonsense. Okay, so there's like one below the shrine. We've got one that's right there. Then we have the one underneath that shrine. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Korok seeds there. We've got the one right below the plateau. Then we've got 1, 2, 3 over there. We have one right before the Hinox. We have this one here. I'm sorry if this is boring to everyone. I really do mean that. I'm really trying to be thorough. There's one here, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. Okay, so that takes care of like the suspension bridge area. And being really thorough with the wasteland, because I feel pretty confident about the Highlands. Okay, so we've got one there. Going back to like this lattice bridge Badlands area. We've got one there. We have one here right below the shrine. We have this shrine we never did. Got this one there. And we've got the ice house. We've got that one there. That one's done. We've got all of the ones near the Yiga hideout that we grabbed, including the ring of rocks over there. We've got 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2 there. 1 up there. 1 underneath this, like, ring. We've got 1 in the Highlands. I'll read that in 1 second. Promise. 1 there. It's difficult for it to happen, the toxicity, but it depends. For example, you only played with friends. Yeah, so like the toxicity really shouldn't be a thing, right? Because you've got a well-established friend group and everything. In my own friend group, there's certain games we definitely don't play with each other because the game naturally makes us competitive, and we could get omega amounts of salty when we lose. League is like a good example of a game we don't play like together at all, because there are some of us that are super practiced at League, and those people get upset over what the practice of inting, like just throwing the game, and lots of things are called inting that are actually not inting. Yeah, we just don't do that, and it's preserved our friend group big time for obvious reasons, because the toxicity can really drag people down. Games like Counter-Strike or Valorant are a lot more toxic than battle royales. Yep. Places where there are voice comms, right? Places where folks can chew people out over seemingly small, inconsequential errors in gameplay. Yeah, it's super sucky that it's like that. Okay, we got that one there. I think we have them all. And it's definitely some other spot where we've messed up. Got that. There's the... Yeah, the next one would have been this little like rib area. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Yes, we're gonna have more to find. I'm really quite positive there's like 29 in the castle. And so there's just like one we've missed somewhere. And I'm like quite upset about it. Okay. Looks like there's one there. It's crazy that people actually found all the Koroks alone. Yeah, I'll say bear type. I might have to give this to someone, like, put a file in and have people look at where the Korok is. This is wild stuff. This is the type of stuff that drives people ape. I'm absolutely sure about that. I think we have them all. I don't think there's anything in the desert we've actually lost or like missed out on. The Korok seeds in the desert are in really distinct places. They're in really distinct places. So I really think it's somewhere else where we've missed one. Let me go over the Highlands. But I guess, while that's happening, what we'll probably do is go back over to the Karakara Bazaar just real quick, and we're gonna grab the memory that's here, and I'll think about I'll have a good think about what I need to do. Good luck finding these seeds. Thanks. We just need to find... We know about the one in Akala. So there's 3 other seeds. I'm almost 100% sure there are 3 seeds somewhere I didn't get. That's infuriating. I almost want to extend the stream until we get it. How could I forget to like? Look, it's the YouTube thing. Oh, wait. Hold on, I missed the previous sentence. I know for Tears of the Kingdom, Small Ant 100%ed the game in only 2 weeks after the release, but he was the second person to do it. Ah, okay. It's not a big deal, bear type. But I appreciate you taking the time to, like, double check if you did or didn't, because that does matter for algorithmic purposes. And Twitch is having fits again. Thank you, Bear Type. Much appreciated. Okay. Let's clear the mind and focus on the Korok seeds. Because I'm approaching dinner time, and so I know I think the castle's going to be like the final arc of this. I'm almost quite sure I shouldn't be pushing for those Korok seeds, but like these three, I'm gonna push and find these like 3 remaining seeds. I'm gonna at least make sure I've done that. What was the best and worst place of Korok hunting? So let me see. The best place for Korok hunting is probably, I would say like the Hyrule areas, but specifically like the field was a pretty good place. You know, like the southern end of the field, it was fine. Worst place by far to get Korok seeds was definitely Zora's, like the Zora's domain area. Just like any section of like the Lanayru wetlands was bad. You basically, you either needed Rivali's Gale to get any of them like comfortably, or you needed to bum rush the Divine Beast to make it not rain anymore, or at least rain on a more regular schedule. That by far is probably the worst experience. And I say this knowing full well that Death Mountain is almost as bad, just because there are huge chunks of land where there's not a single Korok seed. Like this whole side of the mountain has like barely a few, and the rest are all kind of in these like haphazard locations in the lava. Just awful. The Gerudo, moving to your, I find your comment about the Gerudo area being quite boring. I do agree, it's spread out, and so there's not, you're kind of just wandering an aimless desert, right? But by the same margin, you know, I at least know that when I've found a Korok seed, it's in a distinct location and I just move there and I deal with the environmental hazards. Like, to me, I can at least think. I'm not stressing about, oh, which part of the cliff face didn't I check yet? I could just go, oh, it's here. Okay, is it a rock? Yay. Is it a platform where we sprint from one end to the other? Yes. Is it a, you know, pluck the volt fruit off the cactus? Okay. Like the actual wasteland desert area, smooth. Boring, but smooth. Do Moldugas spawn randomly? Because you mark every enemy in Gerudo is pretty empty. I'm pretty sure they come back on a blood moon. If we get another blood moon, I will be more than happy to go check a Molduga location. But I'm pretty sure they come back on a blood moon, much like anything else. Otherwise, that would be really weird. Like, why have the... Like, why have the, Like, why have the, Oh, the claymore broke. Oh, I'm grabbing random weapons I am not interested in. Like, why even have, like, the Molduga in the game if they don't respawn? Or, like, why have armor take Molduga fins as an upgrade? That just seems really strange. 'Cause, that would be an immense level of punishment for no reason. Well, I guess we'll find out. I'm not Don't pick that up. Stop doing that. The design of this metal shield has changed over time to match the Gerudo's sword and shield fighting style. It's favored by soldiers and travelers alike. Okay, I didn't want the boomerang. I literally just wanted to pick up the shield so we could read the text. And hey, if they don't respond, then hopefully nothing requires Molduga fins, right? That would be the ideal, yes? Drop that and pick up this. Alright, now what do your contents contain? I was hoping for some arrows in that, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I was hoping to get something else in that. Oh well. Off to the Car Bazaar to pick up the memory. Pretty sure there is a memory there. Yes, just gotta find the right position. That shouldn't be too difficult. Should show up here relatively soon. We kind of took a funky path into the Car Bazaar, so we wouldn't have seen this. We didn't see it on our way in. Their chest. In the desert, right? On our way out. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Much appreciated. You know what? I'll take it. 10 arrows means that we don't have to farm them quite yet. I still need to put that question. I still need to pose that question to you guys in the Discord server. It's better than a low-power weapon. You're right about that. Okay. I'm going to wink out the camera for the cutscene. Please enjoy. One of the early days of Link just doing his job. Isn't that just fantastic? Okay. All right. So, unfortunately, I am going to have to take a small break here. You didn't type in chat for the moment. Thank you, Bear Type. Much appreciated. But it is also perfectly okay if you type in during that. I only wink out my camera so that, you know, my face and the information on the screen doesn't get in the way. That's all. I did used to have, like, the displays where, what, you guys saw this during the... Don't you end stream right about now? I normally do, yes. However, I would like to at least see if we can easily locate the 3 Korok seeds, because then we know where the last 29 are, right? You know, we know they're in the castle. We can have a whole episode dedicated to the castle. It's it's an easy thumbnail for me, and it should be easy entertainment for the rest of us. But nature is calling me, and I need to answer her call. Normally there will be an ad in like. Should I just wait the 6 minutes? I might be able to resist nature's allure for 6 minutes. We'll see. Hopefully my body won't hate me during those 6 minutes. Let's try. Appreciate that. So I guess what we can spend these 6 minutes doing is like, I guess let's start with like the easy Korok seed that we know is here at Ulri Mountain, and then we'll figure out, we'll kind of go through process of elimination and try to get the remaining like 3 or yeah, 3. Now my math could be wrong. Maybe there are less than 29 at Hyrule Castle. Maybe there are more than 29 at the castle. I feel pretty confident that when I counted things on the map, though, there are 29. 4 more shrines. Yeah, there's also those. And I'm pretty sure we have quests for 2 of them. We know that one of them is probably tied to the memories. I'm looking for something here on the screen in Firebot. It's this one. Yeah, so we have 2 that we know about. We have one that, yes, I know where the last one is. So, and this is in regards to the castle. We have 2 that we have a quest for. We have one that we're not 100% sure on. And then we have the one in Hyrule Castle itself. There's one in the moat area, you know, like the water access to the castle. Yeah, that's where that shrine is. And then that'll be it for all the non-DLC shrines. Which will be just fantastic. All right. So it's cloudy. I'm gonna make a save. Not that that helps, but I feel better if we make a save. And we're gonna head out this way, and hopefully there's no thunder or lightning. If I see thunder or lightning, I'm gonna be hella mad. Oh, you know what? I just realized, my lovely senators and inductees. Oh, you've unlocked Terrytown? You got everything there? Oh no, Terrytown is like its own thing. I'm pretty sure I have a quest around here somewhere. Let's see. Nope, it's around here somewhere. No, I know it's here somewhere. Oh. Nope. I remember. Like we've talked to, I'll answer, bit my own tongue. I'll answer your inquiry first, Bear Type, before continuing. We need to go find, a Gerudo. We need to go find a tailor. And that tailor's name has to end in son. I'm pretty sure that's like the thing we have to go do. It's just for whatever reason not tracked here. Like there should be a quest for it, but apparently I just don't have it for whatever reason. And then to actually answer the other inquiry that I posed about where that final shrine is, the one I don't know about. I know what it's tied to, but I don't know how to get it. Do you guys recall that orb that we saw in like I want to say it's episode 6 or 7, when we went to Kakariko Village and we met Impa for the first time. There's an orb that sits to her left as you walk in, and she's like, hey, you may be a hero, but we have certain customs, certain rules that not even an esteemed hero like you can break. Don't touch that orb is one of them. Yeah, that orb is the other shrine. I'm like 99% positive. Did I spend all the money on the 10k ferry? We did. We haven't had a need for too much money in quite a while. But yeah, we did spend money on the ferry. And then the thing I was thinking about that caused this whole gargle of stuff that I was just talking about is I forgot that the timer for the ads has shut off. I have to manually run those now, which is actually a good thing because it means I can take a break whenever I want. I thought I was under time crunch due to the timer. I forgot I had that set up. I forgot I had that set up so that it shuts off at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The best way to get money is the bowling minigame near Heber Tower. There's a bowling minigame? Oh, I feel like I should know what you're talking about. And I don't for whatever reason. I know about Thelmy spot for surfing to the left of the tower. Okay, hang on. Okay, looking for a house. Oh, it's this. Okay. Okay, well that's pretty easy. That's easy enough for me to remember now. What I could probably do is put a star there so that I remember it for next time. Because that I do definitely want to check that out. We want to check out the mini games as well. It's all part of the 100% experience. Okay, it's let's try to not have the fire piece come here and absolutely make me cry. Okay, and which one is it? It's this branch here? Yeah, it's that branch there. And last apple. That command does not work on YouTube, bear type. Hang on, I'll get that for you. Because then I would have to rework the entire counter. It's something I'll definitely think about for Tears of the Kingdom, though, because we got 1,000 of those puppies, and I'll have to figure out how to get Twitch and StreamerBot. I'll either have to figure out how to get them to interface with the same counter, or what I'll have to do is I'll have to make it a streamer.bot thing, and then just Twitch and YouTube can both interface with it through streamer.bot. I believe if I were to take a look at my setup on Twitch, I could technically log in to streamer.bot through my broadcaster account, aka Coinstamp, the one everybody knows, and then I could just, you know, set up the triggers and such. Like I can do that. It just takes a while. Now, here's what I'm gonna do, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go answer nature's call, because if I don't, I'm definitely going to be an unhappy camper. We're gonna take a 3-minute break. And when we come back, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scan. We're gonna start scanning over regions to figure out which Korok seeds we don't have. That's gonna be a long and painful process. But once we get those two, let me go ahead and remove this stamp because we don't need it now. Once we do that, we'll have the entirety of the castle in the next episode. Hopefully that sounds good to everybody, because that's what I'm going to do. So the stream is not going to end at the usual time today, and I feel it's only fair that we extend at least a little because of, the crash that happened earlier. I want you guys to have, your expected amount of content. But I want to thank you guys for hanging in there with me today. Today has been a bumpy ride. I sure hope there are no more bumpy rides for the rest of this week. But sometimes that's life. All you can do is deal with it and go c'est la vie, right? That's all you can do. Anyway, I'll see you guys after the 3-minute break. 3-minute commercial break. Definitely feel free to get yourselves a snack or get up and stretch or do other things. Do what have you. And see you guys after that. So sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me go ahead and check up on chats here, make sure we didn't miss anything. Oh, thank you for the spam prevention, Saribot. Hi, Coin. Hey, Bear Type. Just needed to go, but didn't have the chance to say bye. No worries. Thank you for the well wishes, and I hope to... I don't know if you're intending on watching the VOD later on YouTube, but if you do, I hope you find... I hope you have a good rest of your day, or week, if I don't see you for a while. Oh, now, here's the fun part, my senators and inductees. Here's the fun part. We get to literally sit here and scan every map until we find Korok seeds. Now, what I can do is I can filter by nothing but Korok seeds, and we will find them. Painstakingly find them. But we will find them. We're going to start in the Akala region and make sure we hadn't missed anything else. The one I think about is the one near Dairytown. There's one on the bridge. There's one right there. There's one up on the slope. There's got to be like 2 here. There's 1 here. And also, apparently, we may have missed more Korok seeds. There could be as many as 6 more Korok seeds that we need to find. We will find them today so that we can go in the future to Hyrule Castle and get the rest, because that is going to be its own thing. I want to make sure we've got that correct so that we're not fussing around trying to find 6 and deal with Hyrule Castle. Just... Oh. Yeah, I feel like... Okay, so I'm definitely not getting all the sounds incorrectly. There we go. I don't know what the deal with that was, but... Let's keep mapping, shall we? Was up here? We had 4 seeds there, plus the one off the coastline. Yeah, so we had 6 here. Got. Also, we need to go to the Akala Ancient Tech Lab anyway, and see about getting a new ancient bow and some ancient arrows, if at all possible. We might as well see if we can trade in. I don't think we can. I'm pretty sure there's not a statue here. But if there is one, that would be fantastic. If we can, like, trade in the heart containers for something, that would be ideal. That would be supremely ideal. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Hello. Familiar name missing. We don't have the 1,000 rupees. I forgot about that. Oof. We gotta go sell some... Shouldn't be too terribly difficult. Just gotta... We just gotta go find Beetle and he'll take our stuff. And we'll figure out what we can sell to make that happen. Hello, ma'am. Savota. Hey, kid, I'm sure you fought your share of the riffraff, but have you ever run up against the really big ones? Stand and fight, cut and run? It all depends on what condition your weapons are in, really. If your quiver runs dry and all your weapons break in the middle of a fight, well, I hope you have a backup plan. We always have runes. We always have runes. That's always a thing we can do. Is that a great plan? No, but it is one.
Wow!
No, I was just thinking about you. Oh, energizing elixir. Yes, yes, sure. I'll take one. What have you got for me? Swift carrots. We have a whole bunch of these. It's the pumpkins, man. Yes, I'm not done. I didn't mean to mash B or whatever, but I did. And 2 more of those. Thanks for the business. Look what I found. Okay, we can actually afford to sell some monster parts. We can sell 43. 516. 14 of these. No, it's 1 too many. Just basically, I'm keeping our inventory down to a reasonable size. No, I love beetle sounds. Beetle makes some fantastic noises. I'm sure the voice actor for that had fun. Please give me 350 rupees for a pile of horns. Wow. And 15 rupees. Ah, we're getting a bunch of cash. I forgot that we needed some on-hand money for the conversion of stuff at Cherry's little station. 30 of these. $11 of these. We want to keep plenty for other stuff. 2 rubies. 4 topaz. $11 opal. And then I think that ought to be plenty, all things considered. Yeah, we're good. We've got plenty of funds. We've got 10k funds. That should be more than enough to make the equipment swaps. And I'll be looking at map information in the meantime. I'll look at it after we've made the equipment purchases, because I think that's fair, and, you know, you guys get to see me scroll through the map and everything. Hey, beep, familiar name missing. Yes, give me one of these. What? I said give me the ancient bow. And then make some ancient arrow purchases. There, 30 should be plenty. All right, let's look through this, shall we? So we got the 6 in the corner, 4 on that second row there. We've got 2 right before you hit the Lome Labyrinth Island. I'm still surprised there's not like a string of Korok seeds like along this general stretch of land. Let's see. We have the one past the Tumlia Heights. And for whatever reason, it's not labeled on the map. We have the two there next to the Lionel. We have the one. Why did I label that with a stamp? Hang on. I labeled something here and then totally forgot about it. We're going to take that label off because that gives us a second. Because there's no enemy marked on the map there. Okay, so we had the... Oh, no. I'm taking that off when I probably... There's a Hinox there, right? Hinox? Yeah, there's a Hinox there. I'm removing labels when I don't need to. Okay. So there's a Korok seed there. There's two above the shrine. They're above Skull Lake. The next one's over here. Then we had this one in that area. And then there in the hot, like, gut check rock area, we have the two there. Then scrolling back to the woods, we have the two there, and then we have the one where hanging under the rocks there. Then we had the one over there before the Lionel. We should have one at the Spring of Power. We'll have one to the west of the Ordorak Quarry. We have one to the southeast of the Ordorak Quarry. We have one up there. And we have the one there. That brings us back to the Akala Beach. Right, what next? Oh, there's one in the wetland, for sure. I can't believe I missed that one. It's like... It's basically right here at the corner. There's nothing in Terrytown. There's the two that we spotted earlier outside of Terrytown. We look at Tyngel Island. There's the one there. We have the two on Ankle Island. And then we have Davdi. There's the two there. Then before the Ulria Grotto Shrine, we have the one there. We have the one there. We have the one there. This is before the Lanayru wetlands. We have the one there. We have the one there. Like to the left there. Then we have the one under the Cuckoo Plains and like the forest region there. What else? There's that like triplet of apple trees. We've got the one to the north of the shrine here. Then we've got we got another triplet of trees. And then we've got the one near the Great Fairy Fountain. Okay, so we're narrowing it down. We've got the two near the Akala Falls Bridge, one there in the falls, one there at the Sakala Bridge. Then we're approaching like the Citadel ruins. We've got the one here. We've got the one there, with the Hinox between them in the Akalan Plains. We'll go back to the one we missed. One we missed there at that pin. We got the one at the we're getting to the Ulri Mountains. We've got the two along the mountains. We've got the one underneath the western one at the quarry at Shadow Pass. Excuse me. We've got the one on the hill. We have 5 in the Citadel ruins, and we have the 5 there. We got none along the bridge. We've got the one on the hill with the tree. We've got the one underneath the Akalan span. And then we get into the Elden region. Okay. Okay, we're narrowing it down. Let's go into the Tauren wetland. And also we can take off the head jewelry because we have... because we don't need to worry about constantly changing weather conditions. At least not to the same degree. No, like, rapid temperature changes where it's like, oh, it's hot and it's cold. But it is cold up there on the mountain, so we do have that to worry about. There we go. Now we can fly the rest of the way there without worry. Ooh, but we have guardians. I think that might have been a reason why I didn't come there before. But I can show you guys a technique with stasis. We have stasis plus now, so we can actually tip over a guardian using the built-in momentum from stasis. We have to be close for this, but we can do it. I don't recommend it, but it is a way you can take them down if you're looking to, like, chew up a couple of old weapons or something. Ah, yes. Okay. And I might as well show it here rather than later. We're gonna kill one with the... Yep, we're gonna kill one there. Nice. One... Not good. I need to wise up. Okay. Let's save before we burn up too many more of those extra resources. And then I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with this. Because I do think it's cool, but it does ultimately burn through a lot of durability for zero reason. Wait for it to turn around. sure stasis is on. Nice. Let's not lose a whole bunch of extra. If I don't eat more, I'm gonna die. Oh, and it will spam until it hits you as well. Yep, it is unrelenting. It is certainly something you can do. Do I recommend it? No. Even if I were doing it perfectly and not messily like this, right? I still wouldn't particularly recommend it. Now, I do have to go plate up dinner, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a medium-sized ad break, about a minute long, while I plate dinner and come back accordingly. I believe we are currently at 860 Korok seeds, and we want to make sure we have not... we need 865. Or we need, like, something close to that amount. After that, we'll have the castle town. We'll have the entirety of Hyrule Castle tomorrow. That's my plan. I want to get that done. And then we don't have to look at another Korok counter thing ever again. But I am going to keep the counter ready because I'm not going to delete the commands. I'm just going to, you know, hide them for a while. Because we don't need them after this. After the next episode. You know, unless things get hairy. Anyway, too much prattling, not enough doing. I will be back. Give me maybe 2 minutes. See you guys after the break. Oh, all right. So apparently, dinner was conies tonight. Like chili cheese conies. Yum. I put that in the microwave for later. My body is going to hate it. I mean, I'm going to enjoy it. My tongue will enjoy it. My brain will enjoy it. But my gut, not so much. Okay. Next thing we gotta comb over is the Eldin area. We gotta comb over and find out all of the other Korok seeds, because if we don't, again, we're gonna kind of be in a bad way. I counted 29, but it could be 25, and we have 5 more we gotta find. Where do we want to start? Just like, maybe we could look at Trilby Valley. There's Trilby Valley. We got the one there. Yeah, we might as well. Okay, we have found our first one. It's like over here. I think there might have been like something we had to reset and then come back to. I just can't believe well, I guess I should know how this looks. 860 of these suckers. 860 and 116 shrines. Just wild that we, have 5 of these things to find. Sorry about that. It's just wild that there are 5 of these things. And that there's 25 seeds. And these are probably by far, the Hyrule Castle Korok seeds are going to be like really, really earnestly difficult to get. Not only are we not going to be able to look at our map easily, I can still look at them. Like we'll be able to look at our map, but it's going to take some effort. Don't knock away the spoils of my prize. We're traveling all over. Yeah. Oh, it's the sisters. Let's make sure the sisters are in one piece. And then wham! Monsters out of nowhere. I play my sister, really. Savak. I'm Karsha the Gerudo. Remember that name. If you go north of here to Goron City, there's a place called the Goron Hot Springs. That's supposed to be good for your skin. I don't need to take good care of your skin too after the monsters on the way tear it to ribbons. Yeah! Also, I'm not going to comment on the shape of the tree cluster we found the Korok seed at. That's just not happening. Sorry. Or, the shape of some of these other, like, topographical features, let's call them. Okay, let's start combing back over these. So let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the exact 4. We got 5, 6. And then we've got this one here. Just kind of follow everything in sequence and we'll find things. We got that one there, that one there. The one in Garrow Pond. Then we've got the ring, ring here. Got the one at Broca Island. Got the dotted path. There is a Korok seed above that path. And then we got the one at Darb Pond. Then we've got the one in the skull at the edge of the lava lake. Then we have the one here inside more of these pools. We've got the one over here in the tiny, like, lava hole. We've got the one here. We have the one here in, like, the small hot spring. We've got the one outside where the skull is. Then at Gortram Cliff, we don't have one. We don't get one until we come up here to this, like, rock formation. We don't get anything in the, like, on the way up Death Mountain all that much. We got the one there. We have one here. Then we move into the city proper. We have one there. We have one there. That hand-looking thing. We got the one. Then we go to Goro Cove. There's one there. There's one outside the ribcage-looking thing. We'll go to the hot springs. Hot Springs doesn't have any. Then we head over to Gorko Lake. There's one in the hole. There's one here. This is what the commentary is going to be, by the way. Because we got like 8-9 regions of this stuff to worry about. We've confirmed the Wasteland. We've confirmed the Akala Highlands. We found the one we missed. We found the one here, like, not in the Death Mountain region, but in, like, the Elden Mountains region. We found that. We have the one there. Then we circle back to where Darb Pond is. We keep going. There's the one there above the dotted line. Make our way around. We make our way around. We see that there's nothing on the right half side of Death Mountain, so we can go. So we can circle back the other direction, follow the trail of Korok seeds, and find there at the Bridge of Elden. There's nothing. There's nothing in the entirety of Death Mountain. Anything we find is like around it, strictly around it. Okay. So we have Goro Cove. Nothing. We already have those. We have the one there next to the rail car track. We have another one off to the east. We follow that up. The next one's over here where we fought an igneous talus. Or an igneo-talus, excuse me. Then there's this little crabble of rocks. We found another one. Then we're over there at Gutcheck Rock. Then we move back along to the rail car area. Or like rail track area. Follow that. All the way here. At the Isle of Rabak. Wow, really? We just never collect those. You just never collected those, I guess. There's 2 here. Oh, also this looks like a crab. I just want people to know that. Look, they're the little pincers. They're the little crabble claws of a... They're little pincers of a crab. It's neat. Okay, let's head over here. We're gonna burn up unless we put on the Goron stuff, but that's fine. That's not gonna scorch, but the wooden weapon we're using is. And then... Okay. We got like 1 bit of stamina food left. There's, yep, this one's a rock for sure. Basically, my rationale for like where to begin checking to find them is I'm kind of going back over, like historically, where I would have tried to speed things up to keep it moving. I would have probably skipped over this because I think at the time, you know, I believe we were trying to help out Unobo, like get the Unobo quest line, part of the quest line done, and so that would be how I skipped over this. And or, you know, we were in the midst of just kind of exploring things, and it's certainly possible that I just passed over these. I didn't even think about them. Ooh, you know, we should absolutely take one of these. We need a couple of these anyway. Take a cobble crusher and an iron sledgehammer. Oh no, have we ever actually tried to convert to a, you know, a groundbreaker before? We might not have. Yep, there's another rock. Okay, let's mouse over things first. So let's go through the Elden area, and then we'll work on. So that's 2 Korok seeds. Got the one there, and the Deplian Badlands. Yep, we got that one there. Got that one there. Got that one there. Oh, no, hang on. Let me go back to something familiar. Got the Deplian Badlands. We got one there. We have one there, and that's near a Lionel. Then we move on to the West Deplian Badlands. See that there is one there. And there should be one over there. There sure is. And then we meet up with the land crossing over to Hebra. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, so that means we go back and look over there. Also, let's just go ahead and verify that there's nothing in the Korok area, which there is not. There's one there. There is one there. There is one there. Just double checking to make sure we got the chests in here too. Don't worry, we'll do a separate check for that. But I'm pretty confident we'll have all the chests. Okay, so moving back over. Got that one there. We have that one there in the skull. We move over. There's one there. There's two in the lake. Okay, and then we're moving to areas that are covered by the Woodland Tower and not the Elden Tower. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Goron City and we're going to see about getting like a groundbreaker or whatever that weapon is. And then we've got 3 Koroks left to find, probably. It's looking pretty likely that we have 863. Make that 2 Koroks. This is, you know, obviously not infuriating, right? Would anyone else, like, this is yet another aspect of it where you can't really be arsed to get them, because even if you're fairly diligent, you'll have this, like, little miniature trek of, like, 5 or 6 we need to find. So you're the boulder breaker, not the ground breaker, the boulder breaker. So you're the one that inherit the boulder breaker, right? I wonder if a pipsqueak like you can handle Daruk's sword. Oh, whatever, it is what it is. Looks like you don't have the boulder breaker. If you want a new one, I'm going to need a cobble crusher, 5 pieces of flint, and a diamond. Diamonds are precious ore you can't easily find, even around these parts. You sure you want me to do this? Yes. You're not allowed to know our secrets. Da-da-da-da! We have children lying around. We just got a whole mess. We never did talk to Fugo. We're gonna do that later. Okay, so next up, we should probably check the Woodland Tower. And my reasoning for that is mostly, it should be pretty easy to confirm that we have everything there. What did we get? We got the 2 in the plane itself. Because that's where we saw, like, that's where the shield surfing bros are. We got the one there. We got the one in Zello Pond. We got the one here. And then we meet up at the Trilby Valley. And then there's the one in Trilby Valley. So yes, we got everything in that area. So let's just quickly confirm there's not all that much in, like, the hillsides and everything. And then we can we just got the 2 left to find. So if we look, there is nothing in the Raru hillside, the settlement plains. The next one is, like, over here, which we have. And if we circle around, got this one here. We've got these 2 at the knolls. Got this one here in the plains. we've got... Hold on. I need to go back to the Urch Plain, which is unmarked, by the way. Got this one there. Pretty sure that's a linelets there. Got this one in amongst the ruins. We got this one in some ruins for sure. Then we're on the plain. We got the one where we had to leap the 3 fences. We've got the one up there. We got the one on the top of Mount Drenna. And then yeah, that's pretty much everything in this immediate area. Then we get into like the Tabanthan Frontier Tower, aka the Ridgeland Tower, which is like this swatch of land here. And then we have the Heber Tower and the Tabantha Tower. Those are 2 separate regions. There's another place where I suspect we'll be missing things. It is definitely in, in either Tabantha or Hebra. Interesting. Okay, sorry, I was just making sure there wasn't anything on, there wasn't any important communiques that were being missed. Alright, so then we have 1, 2, 3, and right there next to that shrine. And then we should have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there. Moving along the canyon further, we should have 3 near the Forgotten Temple, which we do. Then we should have 3 here in an L shape. 1, 2, 3. Moving along the canyon again, we should have like a cluster of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's another one nearby here. Then moving further into the canyon, we should have 1 there with a ring of rocks. Moving further, there should be 3, 2 here, 1 there. We're going to narrow down where these Korok seeds are, don't worry. Then we've got... We should have... Yeah, that one on the ledge there. I'm moving back to the canyon. So, what? We had the 3 there. We have the 1 there along the canyon. We have the one at the end of the canyon course that's set up. Then we should have 2 next to the Great Bridge. 2 more further along the canyon, and then moving even further along the canyon, we have 1 there. With 2 there, 1 here, and then as the canyon slowly opens out to a final area, we have 1 single solitary Korok seed right there. So that's everything in the canyon surrounding the Ridgeland Tower. So now if we go further along the Rowan Plain and start to focus on the Solari Plain, moving down and around the Ridgeland Tower, it would be nice if there were like regional borders so I could isolate by region, but that's for the advanced map. And that's a lot of memory. That's gonna eat up a lot of the advanced memory. Okay. So let me try to find this. There's the plane. There's the plane. Here's the one with the fences again. We have one underneath the stable, the Serene stable, or Seren stable even. We counted the, yeah, that's part of the L shape. We counted 2 up here. So moving up into Lindor. Upland Lindor has one right here. Mount Rome should have 2 of them. One near the clearing where the Lord of the Mountain is, and another one a bit closer to where, like at the top of the mountain with the rock and everything. Okay. And we're kind of just sticking along the outsides. I'm very clearly avoiding Central Hyrule until the end so that we don't have, you know, once we get into a highly dense area, we can kind of like look it over again. But Hyrule Field would be another spot where I would expect to miss something as well. So if we come over here to where we were looking along, there's the plateau, there's a shrine, and then the first Korok seed that is closest to that isn't the bridge is over here, which we have. So let's move into the Scablands. Actually, what we should probably do is move to the left and make sure there's nothing out this way at the end of Tanagar Canyon. So moving over that way. We have the 2 there, which were still part of the canyon. We had the one there. We had one at Lake Illumeni. Then we move here, and we have the one at the end. Good. This is still technically part of the Ridgeland area. So we should make sure we count this as well. So we have the one at the corner of Tamio River. Then we have one at the end of Tamio River. Then we have one to the east of Tamio River. And then there should be a cluster of 3. Yep, there's a cluster of 3. Then moving to the Dahlite Forest, we should have 2 here. And then 1 south. That should be Nephra Hill. Yes, the one at Nephra Hill we got not that long ago. There should be 3 along the Dig Dog Suspension Bridge area. Which there is. We're now getting into the Hyrule Field area pretty easily. So let's move back toward the Sahori Mountain. We have 1 there at Safila Hill. You should have 1 to the southeast of the Sanadin Park ruins. Nema Plain is notably very bare. But there should be a string of 4 we can follow. 1, 2... Okay, let's actually go back to Rudel Lake and see if we can find like 4 in a cluster. Yes. 5 in a cluster, actually. All right where I think they are. So then following from that, there should be the one that I was trying to get tabs on. Yes, that one there. We have the 3 that lead along in a line. Good, good. Then up there should be a... Let's see, there should be one in a big tree, which there is. It's the easy one we can follow along with. Then we should have the 4 in a cluster here. We have that one with this cluster of rocks here next to my cursor. Then we have a string of 3 next to a shrine. And the one there on, why was I thinking Mount Rome? Satori Mountain is where the Lord of the Mountain is. This one is just bare. Now, here's where the Lord of the Mountain is. You got that string of, that group of 4. Okay, so let's move up the Tamio River. Let's move along it. We know the one at the corner. We got the one that was here. Keep moving up the Tamio River. There's one there, which we just got. Well, we got that some time ago. Excuse me. Then we have this one here. Yep, we have that one there. Kind of moving about this in a very funny way. Trust me, my methods have their madnesses, but they are also still methods. Then we pass over the Jeddo Bridge. We get the 2 across from each other. And then the Sage Temple Ruins has 2 of them. One there, one beneath it. Then we have a third one that is at the big tree that we already covered. So that one's already covered. So we get into like the central tower, which has like the most of them. That's like another spot where we can just kind of easily lose them. So here at the Ridgeland Tower, we go back to the Jeddo Bridge. We have 2 there. We have one above that. We have one to the northwest next to the I believe that is a Hinox. Then we have one underneath on a shelf. We have one near the moat area, or like leading toward the moat, I should say. We have 3 along this like bridge away from Mount Gustav, excuse me, with an F. West Hyrule Plains is bare. We move toward the Breach of Demise. There's one there. The Breach of Demise shouldn't have any. Yes. So here would be the Karok Bridge. Karok Bridge should have a string of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy. I'm looking for patterns. If anyone hasn't picked up what I'm putting down, it's patterns. Let's move over to the Ridgeland Tower area. There should be 3 right next door. Yep, sure is. And if we move over to the Ceres Scablands, there's 4 that we can see that are right here. And then we move back to the Tamio River to get at that one again. Okay. Okay. So we've got those 3 next door I mentioned, and then we have, there should be one there, and then one way in the back. Yup. Yup. Making sense. I move back to the North Hyrule Plain. Then you go to the Royal Ancient Lab Ruins. Good God. There's one there in that corner, exactly where it should be. Go to Lindor's Brow. Lindor's Brow has the 2. We move back up. There's that 4 with the box near the Tanagar Canyon. And we're back in Upland Lindor where there's that, one there. Okay. So far, so good. We're eliminating spots. We need to find 2 more. Oh, sorry. Gotta get up and, like, stretch. Ugh. Oh. Oh. I feel like I pulled something. So at the Knolls, we have Rowan Plain, we have... Yeah. Do we want to mouse over Hebra now? I think that's like a spot we can check. It's a spot we can check. Guess it sure is, coin. All right, let's do that. So we got one there. We got the two here at the Lomé Labyrinth. We got the one just opposite of the labyrinth, like southeast of the labyrinth. Then we move over to the string of Lionels that are there. We've got the two bordering the rightmost one. Then we have this Korok seed. Just kind of move around the back side of the mountain here. We've got this one on the shelf. Might as well count this one here near the Picket of Stone Grove. So we got that one, we have that one, we have that one. There's three right near the Golflam Secret Hot Spring where we found a cook pot. Pretty sure. Mr. Darcy led me to one. We have the obvious one there. We move along the edge of the mountains. There should be four near the Great Hebron Skeleton. Yep, there's four, and there's one at the corner. Okay. Moving along the outside, there should be... Let's see, there's one to the east-southeast of Sherfin's Secret Hot Spring. And then we've got one more to the south-southwest. And we have one to the east-southeast of that one. And then we have one there at the Heber West Summit. Got that one there. And there was a Hinox in that general area. We have one there. We have one here. And then we have the three down there. And then we move into the Tabanthan region. So let's stick to the Hebron region for now and look through Lake Kilsey. Lake Kilsey has one there. It has another one near where the shrine is. And we have the two to the right of the Heber West Summit, second one. Yep. Then we go to the Sternida Secret Hot Spring. And discover that there is nothing in this entire area. Go through the Sternida Basin. Sternida, excuse me, has one, and it's like it's on a shelf almost. Then we have one up here. Well, and that wraps back up to the one we spotted at Sherfin's Secret Hot Spring. Okay. And if we move along, the next one logically would be here, which it is. We've got the one near this, like, novelty looking thing, and the one next to the one on the Biren Snow Shelf. Okay. And now we're getting into the Dronox Pass area. Dronox Pass has exactly one. It's on top of Taba's little hunting area. Then if we scroll out, there's one here. There's one here. We're getting in the Tabanthan region, though. Let's not go there yet. Yeah, 'cause Heber's this all this snowy expanse. Moving to the Trailhead Lodge, there's nothing. We have the one here on that peak. We have the one there at Talanto Peak. Move north. We have the one to the right of the snow shelf. Because there's beer and snow shelf. There's the peak right there at the tundra. There's the peak. There's the seed. I'm looking at so many seeds, I can't even keep my language straight. Oops. And we're back to that, like, diamond-shaped cluster 4. Okay. We're making good progress. Go through we go through Sell Me Spot, and there's one. Underneath it should be 2. Yes, we have those. There should be 2 along the peak. Yup. There's that there. Go back to the Picket of Stone Grove, and there should be 5. Counting this one here, that one there. There's 1, 2, 3 of them. Yep. Next one's out here, below the little diamond-shaped thing. That makes sense. That checks out. Mount Drana has 2, 1 there. I know we're, like, double counting, but, like, I'm going through multiple confirmations to just make sure we have the Korok seeds in a region we're supposed to have. We'll go back down to the snowfield. Got the shrine. There's a shrine there, and there's a stable clearing. And this one was the diamond-shaped thing we talked about. And this one connects to the canyon. This pool of trees. Then we have this cluster of 5. We have that thing that we marked. Pondo's Little Lounge. Lounge? Pondo's Lodge. Good God, I can't speak. This is definitely the sentiment.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
Oh, so exhausting. It's not harder than like a construction job, but this is so mentally fatiguing. It's not funny. Got the Kopiki drifts. There's 2 there around the mouth. There's 1 next to the skull. There's 1 down here next to the next shrine. We have 1 that's on the falls area. We have another one on the island. We have 1 at Tama Pond. We have 1 at the foot or in the Heber Plunge proper. We have 1 along Corvash Peak. We've got 1 at the top of Rossborough Peak. We have the one underneath on this phallic-looking thing. A formation in the rocks. Don't ask why. We got the one outside of Dronox Pass. Then we go over to the Heber Falls Headspring area. It should be, yeah, it should be like a cluster of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we get back to the Toronto Peak, and then there should be 1, 2. Okay, and we're back to like double counting again. I'm gonna be real upset if there's one I still can't find after all this searching around. All right, now we're ready to circle into the Tabanthan region. That's another spot where I might have possibly missed. So there's 4 in and around Lake Totori. There's one over here. There's one over there. Like closer to the stables before Rito Village. We'll get over to the skull formation there, and there's another one. There should be a cluster of 4 at the mouth, like, and on the cliff face, or on the cliff leading toward Lake Kilsea. Yep, there's 4. We go to the Dragon Bone Mire, where there's a Leviathan. Almost 100% sure, and there's 1 there. Nearby will be the one up top. And then we go to the Warbler's Nest, and there should be 2. Circling around. There's nothing in this entire lake area outside of like the enemies that we see. We circle back around to the mouth of Lake Totori. We lead out. There's the 3 that we saw from the Tanagar Canyon Shrine, like the one in the middle of it. And then we go to Strock Lake, and there should be 4. Yep, there's 4 there. We move a bit closer to the Gisa crater, and there should be 4. This is probably where a Hinox or Talus is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we go to the Great Fairy Fountain, and there should be 2 along where Pipper Ridge is. Yep, sure is. Keep going. There's 1 over here, there's 1 over there, and there's 1 to the south. And this wraps back around to where Tanagar Canyon is. So moving into the Rain Highlands. There's 2. Okay. So we've mapped that out. The next one we should probably check is the Lanayru Wetlands. So there's Turnio Trail again. That's a pretty good place to start. It would be so nice to have a border on the map. Can I not get that? Let me pull out the interactive map here. Like, just get it out of the docks. It's not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much, OBS. Not, it just has to cover the chat It has to cover the chat. I don't have a choice. I'm gonna have to rely on the Twitch screen for this, or tab in between chats. Okay. Maybe it's time to whip out the object map. Let's get that, and let's wink out the interactive map. Okay, so looking at the thing. Okay, map tower areas. All right, now this is good. This is good. Okay. Rocks. Nothing else. So now I kind of know where to start. But basically, Zello Pond was already in the Lanayru wetlands. So let's do that again. Same as with these two. So we have two there. The one in Zello Pond. We have the one there. We have the one there. Then we move to the Inogo Bridge. Inogo Bridge has nothing. The next two are here and here. Moving along, we have 1, 2, 3. And if we look at... Yeah, okay. That one is in the lake exactly where it should be. It would be nice if my headset wasn't getting caught in all this. 1 second. There we go. That's a bit better. Just a bit. So there's nothing along the Orin Bridge. The next one appears to be that one of the two fingers along Rayless Pond. Yup. Then should be a downward path to get these three. We move to the Divine Beast area. And see that I think we just found our missing ones. Let's put one there. And let's put one... Just get a nice pinpoint on these. All right, and now let's go, I'll just... No, I don't want to do that. I want to not do that and do this. Okay, cool. I think... I'm gonna hope to God these are the last two ones. Because if not, oh my goodness, I'm gonna be extra salty. Ugh. I'm sorry about all that waiting, guys. I really, truly am. Also, just in case the power goes out, for whatever silly, crazy, stupid reason, I'm saving. Hey there, Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You're coming in on the... You're coming in on the tail end of the stream. We're wrapping up the last 2 Korok seeds before Hyrule Castle tomorrow, because I think that'll be a great thumbnail to make, honestly. And I just think it's a good stopping point if the castle's the last area we gotta go anyway. Really great news. The centrist candidate in the presidential elections won. Awesome. I was a bit worried about that. I was really worried about that for you guys. I'm glad that a reasonable candidate won against the populist. Who was I'm pretty sure he was Georgescu's disciple, right? Like right hand, second in line, however you want to say it. I'm pretty sure. Maybe protege might be a better way to put it. Yeah, the second in line. You very well. Okay, I got it. Got it good. May not remember. I honestly don't even remember the dude's name. Not that I want to. Nika Serdan isn't just reasonable, but a great president regardless of opponent. I'll have to look into your new president. I'm really curious to see what his positions on things are. I'm sure they're reasonable takes and everything, but it's nice to read that stuff for oneself, you know. So that, you know, I know what maybe not necessarily the collective Romanian position on things is, but here's where I'm hoping your president, you know, fights for you. How did I miss these? He's been the mayor of the capital for many years. Awesome. And an anti-corruption activist and has a clean record. Amazing. An actual honest person with facts and logic. That is awesome. I don't want to change that to a stamp. I want to just delete the pen. It's so nice to have reasonable people winning this year, because prior to him, I was truly worried that, you know, unreasonable people were winning offices left and right. He gained extreme support in the last 2 weeks of the election. Yeah, I'm happy for you. Enjoy the policy successes that come along with that. I'm sure he'll do great things for you and your people. He won with 6.1 million votes out of 11.5 million, with 53.6% of them. Close election. It could certainly have been more of a landslide, but it's not 50-50, so it's not all bad. It could have certainly been worse. Okay, that is... we have found our puzzle. 7% difference between candidates, good. That's a pretty comfortable margin, all things considered. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's just a rotation, is that correct? Yes. this is nice. So, the last 25 Korok seeds are in Hyrule Castle. The last 25 are in Hyrule Castle. They're all gonna be here. I'll explain the quirks of Hyrule Castle tomorrow, because your boy is hungry and hasn't eaten dinner yet. And my coney is cold, so I'd like to get to eating that. But I want you guys to know you're in for a treat tomorrow. Hyrule Castle is the most difficult portion of the game. Like we've seen the highs of, you know, the plateau where the game was really easy and it was teaching you the ropes and giving you your skills. And then the lowest of the low would probably definitely have been, you know, Death Mountain and the Gerudo Wasteland. That was, I think that has definitely been the most complicated part of the game so far. You guys are about to see that cranked up to 11 with the castle. If you are bad at combat, if you struggle at combat, you are not going to have a good time here. The castle means business, and we had better come prepared with food. Let me go ahead and read the remaining comment, and then we can begin concluding this, because it's been a long day today. The highest diaspora votes ever recorded, so it might be diaspora, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. I might be an idiot, but what are diaspora votes? Is that like extraneous votes from somewhere? And he's had the highest increase in support for president between Tour 1 and Tour 2. Between Tour 1 and Tour 2 in the history of modern post-revolution Romania. Awesome. Diaspora? I always trick myself on this word, if I'm being quite honest with you. I always struggle with this word. I will make sure I've Googled that pronunciation, because I'm always flipping it in the back of my mind. From under 2 million to 6.1 million votes for Nikusor against his counter candidate that had 3.8 million votes. Yeah, that's impressive. And then, right, I knew the definition. Oh, yeah, I should have known the definition of this. That's me being silly, because we had the Jewish, and we had the Jewish diaspora. 3.8 million votes in Tour 1. Right, you guys have 2-round voting, right? Where there's like preliminary voting, and then you guys vote again among finalized candidates. Is that correct? I'm salivating over this coney. Tour 1 can also just be one tour if any candidate gets 51%. So you're saying if your candidate gets a supermajority, somehow gets a supermajority, you can just skip straight to confirmation? Yes, 2 rounds? Okay, good. I'm glad I made that connection at least. I might be American, but at least I'm not that dense. Preliminary, many candidates, and then in Tour 2, only 2 candidates. Okay. So there is narrowing. I didn't know if it was like kind of like in the UK, where it's like ranked choice, or if it was like ranked choice, or, you know, if it like one per party or something, or if the elimination or like the narrowing down of candidates was more narrow. If the far right dude, so the Georgescu's protege, because I've forgotten the name, had 9% more, he would have gotten president immediately. Yikes! Also, by the way, he had way bigger support than Callan. Callan? Might be Callan. From November. But we had really great miracles happened. Danny Mukanu, one of the most known Manele? I'm butchering tons of names here. I'm so sorry. Put a song to make people vote for him. Ah, yes, the performance drive. I hear those usually go pretty well if the candidate can canvass well. And the debate, Simeon. Oh, yeah, that was the name. No wonder I was trying to let's see. The debate between him and Simeon went great. Yep. And he flamed the French's president or something like that terribly. Oh, Simeon flamed the French's president. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll help, like, do it. Because I know that the relations between the UK and France have been a little bit glacial lately. Not too glacial, but I think there was like a marine equipment purchase dispute or like a trade dispute or something similar. But yeah, if you go around attacking for like other nations and of course journalists, he apparently attacked journalists with hidden cameras and accused them. Wow. And he was publicly attacked back by Digi24, the specific news outlet. He also insulted his counter candidate by calling him autistic. Wow, autists rise up. Yes, absolutely not. That is unacceptable. Where's my applause button? And Digi24 is a really popular centrist factual news outlet. Good. If I can, I know Google has like not fan translations. What am I trying to say? I know Google has translations of pages. I might start looking to some outside news outlets for news, because I feel like I'm getting gaslit. Every day I have my folks and the people that are immediately around me explain how great, Cheeto Orange is doing. I'm not interested. Pretty much every news outlet was vowing for Nikusor, and Nikusor pretty much went to every single debate. Yup. But Simeon skipped all the next debates. Yep, that'll do it. Get the debate. If the debate performance is great, then you keep debating. If the debate performance is bad, then you tend not to want to talk to your opponent. Yep, that makes sense. He probably lost immense support because the other guy wasn't speaking out of his turn. Or speaking very loudly, angrily, and emotionally based with soup words. Ah, yes. My favorite words, the soup words. Nikusor had an actual factual strategy and reforms while still empowering Romanians, but with facts, logic, understanding, and uniting force. And Simeon was super anti-EU, anti-Ukraine. He tried to get a better connection with the Hungarian president. Yep. Agent Orban Agent Orban, the orbital agent, as I sometimes call him. If I can think of a lovely pet name for Mr. Orban, I will. But in the meantime, Agent Orban will have to suit him. But before he was super anti-Hungarian, even with activist actions before, where they raided a graveyard and then blamed Hungarians for it and accused them. So smearing. So we got a lot of pushback. Yeah. Very, very riveting. I hope that there are some the Victor Orban stuff. Yes, like exactly. Good on you guys for taking your election back. Good. I look forward to reading about this while I still have internet and the ability to access outside news. Gotta take the uplifting stories where you can get them. You need to talk to as many people as you could. Awesome. I'm happy for you. You and I could probably keep waxing about this all night, but I would like to, truly a battle between good and evil? Indeed. And I'm glad that good won this day. As much as I would love to keep chatting, I am fairly hungry. And man, I can imagine if Nikosor had 2,000 less votes, or 4,000 less in the first round, the first tour, he wouldn't have been the second candidate, and the other candidate was pretty corrupt. Probably wouldn't have beaten Simeon. He probably wouldn't have beaten him. So yeah, 2 bullets dodged. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. I was just saying that. You probably would have gotten the protege who probably would have found some circular way to get Georgescu either right there as in a seat of power, or else he would have had Georgescu acting as a sort of shadow president. That would be how I would think about it. I'm glad that that's not the case. We could sit here and talk about the particulars of this, but I'm glad that's not the case. 2 of the highest supported leaders ever against each other, and the Democratic anti-corruption one won. Good. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people, my name is Coinstamp. This has been another balls to the wall, 5-hour long if you count the previous 46-minute stream, where the stream setup basically crashed, of Breath of the Wild, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow with Hyrule Castle. We got 25 Koroks to get there, and we have so much stuff to do in the castle. It's insane. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Brasby. It's good to have a glimmer of hope, a real humanitarian story. I want people to know that we can talk about these things and we aren't just a sea of toxic positive vibes. There's like a real thing here we can hold on to, and you and your people more so than the rest of us. I sincerely mean that. That's a good thing. Before I go, I'm hungry, but I am gonna at least shout 2 people out. That's what I normally do before we part ways. For you guys on Twitch, I'm going to recommend a pair of Canadian streamers today. I have recommended them quite a few times before, but their audience is assuming that the display is still accurate. Yes, it is. Let me go ahead and type their names in. These 2 are a pair of Canadian streamers, and they're collabing with each other. That's the best part. They are doing a Dark Souls remastered, seamless co-op, no-hit run attempts with a personal best of 11, which is damn near impressive given how clunky the Dark Souls controls are. Even more so with 2 people. I just want to point that out. 2 people. Not 1, 2. That's really hard in Dark Souls. So if you guys want to go watch a spectacle with like around 200 people between their two chats, the way that a collab works in Twitch is that the chats are combined. So you're going to get around 200 people collectively. I believe you can toggle the chats one way or another, but if you're looking for a big boisterous room, today is the day to do that. My name is Coinstamp. Coinstamp, everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I wish I could stream longer, but I'm just glad that we got the progress we got and that everybody got a chance to come in and talk today. I really do appreciate it. You guys are the best. Stay safe and take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. Do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, of course. No matter where those halls are, whether they be in my Discord, I'm gesturing like you guys could see that, or, in my DMs on X or Blue Sky. Feel free to chat at me in any of those. Do stay safe, and goodbye, guys. Take care of yourselves.